Nawatui kwa patakuate shukuma papaishuta katum patatai kititiu hoto kwa kubata tai shokoto to yanaka kwata na tatukutiki shikuamba patakata shite titikuata nekua katete shukuente kiwa papa hanatatuko totoki shekitiki wa mana tatakuate kitiki wa tawakatana.
Hello, welcome another week of light languages and collective healing intentions. I'm Ismael Rodriguez and we are in the week 152. We are going to bring some light languages, maybe some messages from other light beings. Before we are going to start with these blessings to protect the space and to tune in these energies. Metetak atu apopo popatama akumpatanama otenamakau omoko totita omapapapau papapaku papanai ema humaka atau mata ashe akumata atuma pepatanamaku aha makatu masesana kudena nata sata mako aha mahateta ohomotoko aha yena mahata namaku tanamaite nemakama humumo isene namaru aha taite tavu makae tamamahu maisena kawatanama. Umatana matena tana maetena mahumaene tahe Teneta namakata teneta kumashana watawa mataye. I'm receiving messages already about Famata kubate temahata tupaka, about the importance that we've been talking about, this importance of doing the grounding, walking barefoot in our lovely land, soil, planet. Release the excess of energies, offering resistance is not going to help. Momo tetana oko tawama. This is not because someone is sending you this energy to make you feel uncomfortable. This is just a process of nature, a process that you call ascension, when the energies fluctuate, change. And in order to allow this change to happen, you need to ground. Amma baba itana mamo, o mai na mama baba tabu baba itina mamako apayama. Ahai neta namaku, tanai te neta namaku. Haneta mateta naku. Amakahana mama maisaho. Enemeka tatu tuana. This way, you will not only let the energies that are being downloaded into your lovely planet to go through you, letting this divine circuitry to also manifest in your planet. You as antennas, nemitat, etanakuta, tesavama, kututu, bamaka, wata, mawako, kuwa, papata, tumateta, paku, pakanama, tenato, tetaka, papako, atata, huama, huama, temeku, huama, temeke, huama, temeke, huama, tam. Ametana makupa te savama. Hahu hamaka tu hateti yamaka. Hone hata soteta wamatawana. This will allow also to release any worries, any issues. This will release them and allow new energy to come in. You will create a space for new energies to come in, and from this angle or perspective, once you get these energies, you will get a different understanding or different vision, let's say, from a different angle. And this way you'll see possible options, multiple and infinite solution. Tamapu paibe papanatu teneta tartuta wata. You will release this tension, these accumulations of energy that create anxiety. Awamaka popo te patatu te kaputa tawama tenete tuwa makata. You as antennas, you are constantly perceiving and absorbing all type of information, vibration and energy. So by doing grounding, and I mean literally doing grounding or earthing, and not anymore as an activity that you do as an exercise, but something that you include in your day-to-day basis. Mededete makawata titanama uhoma sene mekato tomaka ubu osepapaka kuotana humata seneta kuonata heneta oromasha okotawama te etawama. So this is not anymore a preparation for a certain exercise or group that you are going to attend to. This is now something that is a must do, something to include in our day-to-day activities, in our day-to-day agendas. Me para kumesa tu narakara tis olo papa kutena mocho neka papa popu ine momo dama bobu tu bobu ine tu bobu ine papa bobu ine obo eshene nepi moku gamba omo bobo poko obo bobo ishina obo ikama. Oh mama ahatai te te mama uai au hamai ta mama hatu mahapa chachampa kubacha chukishamaka tama sata apu emet akuka hote wa matis akota. And this has been the blessing. They look like more also like some sort of mesa humaka o te tamu motok o abais teneme eseteo moko musuri henek ala te seneleki umolo isenta bobo. No, we don't follow any religions. Nene meka atamumo te se kawota totakuana. We only act naturally as we go with feelings. Mesh eta mumuru takakunta esenta kuntane esawamo. Our feelings over here are not, let's say, influenced by so many sources. Mete etama es ita rupaka antar ato teme kakuta umakwata. You are masterizing your abilities in the assimilation of energies from different sources. Make eta muru shak arupata kwatati boamataku. In this volunteering attempt to evolve, make etawama as a species, nini mekaturo ojo kamakurush intemete kapakurish ana hanera taka hontai sabomaka otawata. This is to generate mete kakun tuantawamata ahwata, new divine sources of energy around the universe's cosmos. You influence everything there. Mete katutavuma hikavuma. Often you lose sense of connection, and when you do so, you get into a total 3D experience. Nothing wrong with doing that, and that's why you have free will. You choose what to experience, and you know by now that you can combine all different experiences from different dimensions. This ekavta part of your mind still believe that you need to focus only in one, and that you cannot live two or more together. You, as a multi-dimensional being, you can do, feel, interpret, experience many dimensions at once. You are currently transcending limitations. Genetamaru patai pe paru leta kulema machisela hamala kutil sapaulu senele kikama. Ohale taba tuto hom matatus titana maluk awo. He makarato lata sella namaluk ahele. Meletana la kahutana wamate kukuanta. Okay, these beings are happy to be here, very happy to be here today. They want to support the planet. They are very much willing to be here and support this planet in this opportunity. Will also love to join. Mete takuana with all my heart, with all my soul. This is why we keep this space open, whether we have some attendees or not. These transmissions will be always happening. Last week we didn't record because sometimes we just need to recalibrate the different light languages ambassadors. Sometimes we meet in the beginning and then we start a profound, deep conversation, and in that deep, profound conversation we realize naturally that we need to keep going on without recording and allow different adjustments to take place. That's what we did. We've done that 2 weeks now, and many might come and happen the same way. This is just like I said, recalibrating our energies to the new transformation, changes, everything that we are experimenting inside from time to time. Like you know, every week we gather, we meet, and then we sometimes just find the need to stay with each other, recalibrate, and then take from there whatever we are guided to do. So if you are missing the video from last week, it's the same week, 152, and there wasn't any problem, any error, any mistake. We just let things flow like I'm letting things flow today. I was guided in 2019 to create these spaces, as you well know if you are following my work, and they guided me to keep the space open for a few hours, just in case someone wants to come and join the transmissions. Also a sacred, very sacred place where if you feel like talking about changes, things that you are going through, this is a very, very safe place to share and to open the heart without having any worry. The climax also that we create with the light languages facilitates the flow of expression. If there is anything blocking, we also address that, and we send energy and light languages and love to that area, and we unlock whatever area or chakra that might be interfered by something that is stuck there, or maybe a worry, any sort of blocking manifestation. Mabaratu pesa paranaka mahatane patu ese mahpuru mes esato tawata. So these places, virtual encounters, are going to be available for anyone to join anytime. Meite meka ormahatu te wamaku te tamatus emu. This is not only done for people in this planet, it's also done for many other species or races. Nemetamakuata intergalactic species and races. Mebe patakuata maturubapata Genetaku ton te babaka. Te mekaku toto mamaku mate soma. We interact with this vessel. Nemene meta mate takoton tima huanta. Whatever is needed as an adjustment, we do. Make awama, we assist. Umak uta, we expand the channel. And we also help to release anything, just the same way that any attendee will receive an experience. Mente dama ochamarotos ama ehetemiku atanoto mahatata misa mama uma. This is nekama tuana, a volunteering work, role. Mete meha tesena tauhumata, meta mama kutamata, me baby na tumas eseme, hiku kamatu kamama. Yeah, they are telling me that they know and they are aware that I'm more than happy to be here at service. Mete metakuana, allowing this to happen. Me bete sana muru mataten taramulu senle kababu kuhutu masanaku atama hawamatishe maka. Okay, mabachu mabatus makuate tatu samaku atamaise. Neta kuantana mumokoto osamu. Mese teneta kakute makatute samatu otoko samaisha. Ma ahau kotota mas esente mika matute kakute satika maku. Sene nakatune satumeshe te kamisho makwatapatasho. Okay, so the section of intentions. So a lot is happening in this world, as we all know. Difficult times, they don't cease. They seem to continue. As a matter of fact, this was mentioned decades ago, and these changes somehow they have been postponed because they are difficult to face, to experience, and so there was some sort of resistance for a long while in not letting these changes to manifest. This is very difficult to understand only from the logic of the human mind. We need to transcend that and understand life from a much more wider, or let's say with more perspective, and look at it from the evolution, with a sense of evolution, because this is what the human race is doing, is awakening, and when we awake we start seeing and discern things that we don't like anymore, so we want to change them, and that process of changing usually can feel really uncomfortable. We are not talking here about changing a couple of days or a couple of things that might be happening in our planet. We are talking about the whole history of the humankind. So these changes are being tough. I hope that you find places similar to this one where you can stop and recharge energies and receive an extra dosage of love to keep going. And obviously this is not something that we have to do. There is always your free will and your free choice to come or not come, or to go to another group or not. We just want to let you know that these places, these spaces, sacred space is available for everyone. So please don't feel that this is only happening to you, because it's not happening to you alone. This is happening to the whole collective, and as it is happening to the whole collective, we are here to support each other. That's why this space, whether they are here, attendees, physical, let's say, like, or virtual in the internet, that won't change a thing. This space will be open for anyone, like I said before, to join any moment, any given moment. And Miss Isan Eleka Patao Makuta, feeling a lot of energy coming through as I'm talking. Mimi Samarak Ote Makatotes Avo. Heneta Kamata Ohote Samat Aokus Enet Ara. Meta Kulete Nimia Malakubos Mata Amor Susik Orumbakatai Samama. There is always places like this. There are always places like this. So don't let yourself fall into despair. Find places, communities, light encounters where people dedicated and given to these matters, these cases, are there for you. They are there for you. They are there to let you know that you are not alone. Samak otabamat ore mata esekam tane. Hene takote hote maratu mas awaroma hate masatu basekatu dama. Heneta marufa mata sesita maraka hote tenere que kuatatawa mata. So my intentions today are for the people in Hawaii who have been suffering these fires, for the people in Tenerife with the fires as well, in the forests or places where they have plenty of vegetation. They are also on fire. Send energy to the people close to volcanoes, like our brothers and sisters in Italy, in Sicily, who are having these experiences with a wonderful and powerful Etna volcano, a magnificent being who is spreading a lot of lava and itima kuma asavoma hutuntana to releasing so much energy. Mete kamaku atamu tasa wamaka kutaneka tu shamama. I want to send love and energy to Almeria, where they experienced recently also a tsunami. I want to send love and energy to the people in Palestine and to the people who are in Israel, a lot of people who don't want to be part of the acts of violence, those who are criticized because they are just part of one nation, but they don't really share violence at all. They just don't feel the same way that we do that is the solution. So I want to send energy also to all the people over there. I want to send energy to all the African countries who are going through so many massive changes, in terms of awakening and uniting and standing for themselves in a way that we knew that sooner or later was going to happen due to the suppression that other countries have been delivering upon them. Memeta matu mesa makaru masatika marakata sototo imeta wama. Of course, I want to send also love and energy to the people in Russia and in Ukraine, all these countries being affected by that war. I want to send love and energy and support to all these huge amount of people who also don't support violence and war. When I say this, I don't want to discriminate those who are creating violence and war. I don't feel that way. I want to send love to everyone, really. Also the ones who are creating that. Because as we mentioned before, this is part of the transformation and the change. Difficult to see logically, painful to see logically, but the human race needs a start. It needs to start again from scratch. Take all those things that we've been doing, okay, alright, let's say for the whole collective, and release those things that haven't been working at all, those things that keep creating conflicts. So allow these things to be released and new ideas, bring new ideas together to find the ways that we know that they are there to create new opportunities, new possibilities for everyone, more in balance. At this stage it's difficult to see it this way, because when you are in the middle of a storm, the only feeling that you have is like for the time that the storm is going on, you just feel that everything is the storm, and that's it. There is nothing else but the storm. You feel that the whole bad weather is just where you are, and what you are experiencing. In those moments you don't think that there are other places in the planet that they have sun and they have maybe a nicer weather. In this case it's the same. It's just an analogy. When the human race is going through changes and transformation, we don't see beyond that. We don't tend to see beyond that, because the effect and the impact of what we are experiencing in the present moment is very powerful. So we don't see or sometimes we just forget that there is so much sun beyond the storm. Mime temeshe me kapubarana to teka wamata wata wata. So I want to send love and energy basically to everyone in the planet, because we are all going through this. We are all going through these tough times, and I want to send love and energy with light languages. So we'll welcome now in a moment any being who wants to participate. I'm feeling the instrument. I'm gonna go through the instrument. To me, instruments and music are a way to open portals and to ease the transmissions that are already there wanting to come through. Me kama tu shamaka tamates abumaka tashanti makawama. I want to send love and support to everyone in all aspects of our beings, for our health, for our physical, mental, energetical. In all the aspects of human being, I want to send this support wherever it's needed. Every person is unique. Some people are feeling stuck, or let's say the attention is more placed in the emotion or feeling that is uncomfortable. So I want to send love, light, to allow perspective in all humanity, perspective for the perception of anything that we might be experiencing. Mesaru nedarakato semeka wotanto bata kutawa mata. Memera kakuta nama koton taniri ni akurondo toro makata maru makata. Genetarano kotamuma hotebe shama kudana lalaku. Genetanala kotesha mabu mu se meme mio mamma tapore leti ara. Ao maharanata santume sentale mexika naturu mahanela. Hule mama malatos omare hanot aoro masachana. Heneta la lakuo net ahonda tahase shamama. Mese shantuba kahate namatas ontas abdu kahai netakamu. Hemeha tao sana lela hatulle seshom mamamu shumai. Me marum matana mahi me shete mika mahatate kavu mahata. Shanaka ho macha mumakata mapu babaje. Eme babaku. Babatu baka. To make a babaku. Tana. Tu ahu mama. Te mabubu hetawa. Eme kanana kaku katanato te shama. I'm getting once more the message that we have this tendency to look for complex things, for us to understand what's going on. What's going on, it has been explained, and find the best way to experience and live this experience is by going to your essence. Ema baba katutena itamu mokumbo bopuchu baba. Uho baba bokuto bacha chuma lele takupatana. Baba makupatana tatahu sana kuhata kamulu tatama kuba. Ama Nama se sana kote nana kote
seneke te mishanaka ala hubu. Hamare lantana huteta mahai hatma sanola kakutana tao machana lakata. Usine kata makatneta huteshawama. So they are telling me now to put my attention and focus. Memete tanakutana, sending energy to the crown chakra. So I will be sending energy to the crown chakra of the human collective. Mineta kanuna takuanata wata humata hotahamata. Hene tamma kawu mahai metehishanamulo nata tuana. You can always do this. Ebeta tuana tohuanaka wa makatu tara. Tseshawuro wakwata, to support and help your brothers and sisters. Nemahatuna, just concentrate in that collective feeling that you naturally get. Metta umahata, that same feeling when you can tell that something bad is happening in your human collective. Connect to that feeling and set the intention of passing love, of giving love and energy in any place is needed. In this case, we are going to send the energy to the crown chakra. Mamu bete mamu te matu tanat. We have the ancestors here to do so. So these light languages are coming from them. Tamakatita mare batu kuli. Hamamuma tataneta kakule tatanuma. Shanamu lena tatune tatanu bakache shababu tanala. Haukutanahu ha. Hene takatu talaite hi kawo mahatao taso na tao mahita na hutinakala hanutawana. So now the energies were going to the crown chakra at the same time that they were reaching the heart chakra. Me mekishabama and creating a circuitry connection between the two of them to create that self-opening, self-healing. That's what they facilitate. The job is basically done by yourself, consciously or unconsciously. The light language is energy, facilitate the process. This energy is also received by your guides, your spirit guides, and they connect to this awareness, this divinity download. Meme tekati namakata tuneta mamumu umatamua. A divine downloads. Meme tanaka tasute damu makuwa natawama. Where everybody become a participant. Mega wanatu wanat in facilitating the process that you are living. Mema mumu kubata eleka wabate tawabata wa. Meme kumakatata tesahut. They also tell us to watch these emotions that we get when we receive information from different sources here on earth. Many of you who are exposed to information from different platforms sometimes get overloaded. You overload your system with this information. You are not giving enough time to your system to integrate, process this energy, and this can build up and accumulate until it creates blockage. Your system cannot bear more injustice. Your system cannot bear more pain. Your system cannot bear more emotions created by this information that you get from the different platforms. Any changes come to you. That's the way it feels in the dimension, but you can always do it. Ease the process. Ease such transformation. Don't make it so unpleasant. We don't expect you to do anything really, because it's only you doing it to yourself. So it's up to you. The way you take this process of change and transformation. O Mahayne Matu Mahashamahine Ahuaina Huayanahane Udo Amahana Mahutanahe Mamahu Mahitane Lahu Matale Hamatana Makata Matita Makumata Shepa Papaku O Hamatane Mete Takumata Hepatale Mopopoto Samana de Kitikuikushu Hakumatana Meseneta Ganuna Lataku Leshama Lakala. So a lot of energy is being sent to all the area in your chest. Mimi tene kaguma hatam mahaya. This love vibration frequency is sent to the area of your chest, connecting to the crown chakra. So we can visualize energy if you want, if you will. MISA or not, you don't have to. This energy is anyway sent, and it can be received anytime when you are sleeping or right now when you are listening. Neme karum masajo tanek arahu masamuma tesawama. So we start sending love on our heart chakra to our crown chakra. Take a deep breath, and we do the same, sending love to our throat chakra. And we do the same, sending love to our heart chakra. Yeah, you can send love to your heart chakra from the same chakra to the same chakra. This activates the receiving and giving in your system. We all often take a decisions to go from a point A to a point B, and often we forget that there is also an optional A to A circuitry or mechanism to give and also receive. That is where a lot of the human struggle relies, in the understanding that you can love yourself and that you deserve all this love. So we want to send love and energy to the heart chakra, from the heart chakra to our heart chakra, from the heart chakra from yourself to the heart chakra of humanity, from the heart chakra from your system to your same heart chakra in your system. So we do it in all ways that we can think, and we also let any door open to any possibility that might be there that we are not aware of, that can be useful for us to expand and send love to our heart chakra. So we send love to our heart chakras, and at the same time we do so, we take this sense of connection that we mentioned before about feeling the collective. Feeling the collective, we send love to our heart, understanding that any love that we let to come in our heart will be also going to the whole collective. Mamaru patatela batule kahute namaku batatu che mamu patalela katute la kute shalaka tupata. And then we do the same with our solar plexus. We send love to our solar plexus from our heart, and we connect to that sense of collectiveness again, and we send love to our solar plexus, understanding that we'll get to everyone else. So you are not disconnected from everyone. Consciously, you create beliefs of disconnection. And you often forget that you have the power to connect anytime. Hai hau mata, hai hau ho, hai hau mota, ita hu mahata, ho mahata, ho mahita lo, mahita hu, ha ha nato mahinata, wata ea, ho makata mapakupata, he nakatunta na hu. Put the hands, place the hands on your heart chakra. If you feel the pain or any pain in this area, place your hands there. Send love. Send love. Emeka pupatan tabachita namaku chenanu, chenakutana umatana la uhatayala. Umalatela mamapu, bocho na la kutela makwatale. Aba hawaye. Hawaye hanahu hanataye savoma. Chuchanaka chisanaku tawabata. They are telling me that we are transcending also many conditioning, lot of beliefs that are still there from all paradigms, from obsolete versions of ourselves. They don't really work with the new energies. So we need to first release this. We know that this is a very long process. Please understand that you are in a big, huge process of transformation. For many years, thousands and thousands of years of transformation that will require some time to release everything that you've been taking in, everything that you've been absorbing, every injustice. Me pesatala kupatale sita babakupatale talu hakenatalo sawama. And now we send love to Mekatatus Indakwata, to our sexual chakra, creation, expansion, belief, courage. And simultaneously they are connecting from the heart chakra, the solar plexus, the sexual chakra, and the root. The three of them are being connected. And then this is the moment to connect the third eye and allow all this love to also go simultaneously toward third eye, and allow any image, vision to be shown to us. And then with this sense of awareness of treating ourselves energies, understanding and acknowledging that we have the power and the energy to do so, not only for ourselves, but at the same time when we get that sense of collectiveness, of connection to the whole human race, you will start interfering the same way that a worry comes from the collective, the pain comes from the collective. You can also give back love, support, that those feelings that are constantly there. You being an antenna, a divine antenna, is telling you that you are capable to feel what is happening in the collective, but it's telling you that you have also the ability to send support. This is a huge big call to all humans to start sending love to everyone. Senetawa matawanate kabumatas aumalele teki janalahu. Himele kababulus ishamalai hikamalahutelahi. Homo bapapa pulete. Ipile beche shanele kikapapush ishamabobolu bobush. Amenalata la besheta la pupa pakakota na bababu. Hanatu base nahu mahatachi shawa chubakata. I just feel like changing drum. Meta makalati tanate neta wamate kawa. Sitana, different frequencies allow also different beings to interact. Me la kishabu. O me te pipichu. Me chichana kubacha chicha kupakapu. Amapaku katanaka chuteshanaka chatikaku. Amachama babai heta mama pu. Tene me bebe kitambo baku shubai me papu. Ese me titini. O mama machuchana laka. Tisenta la kuchishane leikisha. Ahu bakahu bacha kakucha. Ah chicha. Mama tu chana kulitete me kuma setene me puchu kite tulu anela kakota nete kama hotana kesa makuleta sa genela katule seshaku senala hoteli bio mala kishili yama sotaku tane katawa mata sontawaba. I want to also take this opportunity to send love to all my brothers and sisters who are here on earth, supporting humanity. These wonderful brothers, soul sisters, soul brothers, who are here on earth, who decided at some point of creation to meet me here on earth and to say, hey, I'm here with you. Hey, I'm here in the same boat. Hey, I'm here wanting to do good to this planet and to ourselves. I want to send energy to all these brothers and sisters who are also going through tough challenges, collectively and in their own, and hopefully this channel information will reach also all of them, so that they start working more from that sense of awareness that they can change every moment, that they feel a lot of pain from the collective, take that opportunity, understand that pain more as a sign for them to take some time and send love to that collective. When you feel thirsty, you go and drink water. When you feel hungry, you go and eat. The same way, when you feel that the collective is being neglected from something, or that is in need of something, you provide. It is very important to come to this point of awareness, of understanding that you are not separated, that you are sensing and feeling the collective at once. Things are happening to you, but are not only happening to you, but to all those aspects of you co-creating in this expansion, in this experience of expansion of the divine. So when that happens, naturally set yourself to send love the way we just experienced before. So you activate the sending love to your heart, activate the source in your heart of giving and receiving, understanding that you can love yourself and send love and set the intention to send love to yourself at the same time that you are receiving this divine love. So you use that love of everything that is for you to balance, to get all that you need to feel better. At the same time, start from there sending love to the collective, creating that sense of awareness that you create when you are feeling also the pain. So now connect with that sense of awareness and send love from your heart to all human hearts. And the same thing you do with every other chakra, from the heart to the chakras where you feel guided to send love and energy. That might come from a pure feeling of intuition, maybe also through a vision indicating send love to that area of your system. And once you do so, send love to that area in every human. When you create that conscious connection that you feel when you are feeling the pain from the collective, you open the door of the collective sphere. So you open a door where you can start sending love, and the effect is so powerful, so effective. Is so powerful and effective when you do so, when you understand that that pain is only indicating, like let's visualize that the collective is one being, and when you are feeling the pain from that being, it's like asking you to send love to the collective. So these are times to do that more. It's simple, it takes some time, but it's so beneficial because you will feel so pleased to be dedicating that space, that love to every part of you, and consciously do the same towards your humans, brothers and sisters. The thing is that it goes to the whole collective, that is not only human. So you will be doing an incredible job if you all start doing this. Mere taparu blushe malaka auro molukus laka. Inlele ketita la makuli tenalogu. Makulena malukuli shilioma. So we send love to every chakra in our heart, in our system, including our heart. Mete takurana wata tiwaka wata tebuama. From our heart we understand that every chakra, Mesi takula hutawama kutawama, is being tamakutawama, is being fed by the heart chakra. Temes au maka tutikawamakuta. From there we balance with all the other chakras, we connect, we create the balance in our system. Meshe tatalu hotomakale samomachu tetakutama lahu humuru masatantu makatantu maishavu. So we send this love, supporting all the intentions mentioned before. And anytime we feel again that pain from the collective, let's understand it as a call from the collective for us to send love and light. Doing so, you will activate your connection. You won't feel separated. Seneneni yamanaro hotomasa mumasati mumukutuntawamata. Yes, when you are going through processes of transformation, your beliefs, your system of beliefs might feel weak, This is because some beliefs are changing as well. So the whole system within yourself is changing. That gives you a sense of weakness, vulnerability. Please understand that this is happening every time you change. Recently, this vessel was sharing with his beloved sister that the more sensitive you become as you overcome things, as you keep allowing the changes, as you keep evolving, expanding, the more sensitive you get to feel the pain also in the collective. Today we have brought forth and downloaded this information so that you can complete this understanding of being who you are, being an active Meshishawu Macha Titawana Tikawamata channel of God, of yourself. Nobody else is you. Meshitawana, you know you are one. Shawanatu Tuanawata. So you are not doing what you do for somebody who is in a higher hierarchy or a sort of boss who is telling you to do something. Is you willingly wanting to do so. Is you experiencing yourself. So release that old, obsolete belief and allow the new to come in. The understanding that is you wanting to experience everything that you are experiencing. By opening these doors of exchanging energy, of connection with the whole collective, you will get that sense that everything is in alignment, that nothing is happening to you accidentally, but you are hand in hand doing that from love, from your own free will. You did come to do this. During the process of awakening, sometimes it's difficult to remember, but you truly came to do this. That's why you feel so good when you are connected. That's why it feels so good when you focus your energy with this understanding that you are a source, that you are providing for yourself and for what you call collective. Meshitara loko tale mes muluku homaihe si shanalu dadnala kotanawata samomoko shana. Well, until this point is the information that I feel with them to bring. There is much more. Of course, there is always much more, but this amount of information is the one for today. It's the we don't advance much if we try to take in everything at once, but we sort of take downloads and we have some time to process them, to integrate them, and to become part of you. That takes also some time, and there is a process on integrating that. All of these that we've been sharing, all of this information. So yes, take all the time that you need. Create your sacred spaces where you self-love more and self-love more collectively as well. You feeling part of everything. So you send love to your brothers and sisters who are still awakening. Ni para tulisamaru kukata. So I feel like concluding this transmission with another light languages and a different instrument that brings the energies from Mother Earth to our system, so that we can connect, like we say in the beginning, and release anything that might be there stopping us from feeling the whole powerful connection. I just noticed our sister Melissa is here, so I will let her come in and see what she wants to say and bring today to the group, to the group of beings. You might logically think, what is the group? Well, the group is many dimensions and in many ways. If you want to feel it and accept that in your heart, I do feel it, and that's why I speak about it. I am aware of it. I'm aware that this is really happening. Hello, Melissa. Hello.
Hello. Hello, 2 hours later.
Hello, lovely.
Oh,
I did
sorry.
I did a blessing,
Uh-huh.
and then during the blessing, I felt to channel information, and a lot of awesome information has been coming through. This information is related to the understanding of giving and receiving by ourselves, by taking this time and consideration to give and receive love consciously, the same way that we love others, but to do that with a activation exercise that I share with these channelings. And at the same time, they were saying something very interesting, that every time that we feel the energy from the collective and that energy affects us, to understand that as a call from the collective that they need support and help and energy. So anytime we feel something weird, like that we know is not coming only from us, to use that time, or use some time when you can or anybody can. So it has been like a whole collective human call to everyone who watched the video, anyone that this information will reach, to take some time. And any time that we feel too much tension in the collective, too much problems, too many problems, too many anything, or too much anything, to take some time and understand that as a call, like imagining that there is a being out there made of yourself, but also many other souls, and understand that that huge being is asking for your support. So the same way that we treat any area with our energy from our heart chakra, we send love to any area of our system, we also take some time. They say that the way to connect to the collective is by feeling that we get of uncomfortability or pain. So by feeling that pain is nothing else than the pain from the collective. So when we feel the pain, we can use that sense of feeling of pain to create the door of communication to that huge, massive collective being that is us at the same time. So we feel the pain from the collective, meaning we need to send love to the collective. It's very simple, but we don't do it. We don't usually do it. We have these tendencies to leave everything like it's only happening to ourselves.
Yeah.
In a way is. Now, we also decided at some point to divide ourselves and to become many aspects of the same being. You are Melissa, in this planet Earth I am Ismael, and the different aspects of ourselves. It's the same being, but we are living this incredible experience, as we all know, creating certain individualism to understand life from and expansion from different angles and perspectives. So yeah, a lot of this channel information was telling us to just whenever we get that feeling, that oppressive feeling, that heavy feeling, to just take some time first to balance all your chakras without forgetting that you are doing that from your heart. So the heart chakra send the energy to the solar plexus. The heart chakra send the energy to the sexual chakra. The heart chakra sends energy to the root, the same way that to the throat, to the third eye, and to the crown, and the outer chakras that are non-physical. Without forgetting that we need to send love to the same chakra, heart, because often we forget that we can send love to our heart chakra, and that is the activation of the giving and receiving. So if we take some time to take divine energy and send love to the same place, and receive and give and receive, give in this case to ourselves, because it's not outside. It doesn't mean that we are not making that work. It doesn't need to be the love to the outside, because there is no really outside. So it's the create awareness, a sense of awareness that we are receiving and giving in our heart chakra. And once that we cover all of our system chakras, we create that feeling of, oh my God, how was that feeling that I was having before, when I was feeling the pain from the collective. So we recreate that feeling again, and by recreating that feeling and simultaneously setting the intention to send love to the collective, poof, we open the door, a very effective door and world at the same time, where we can send very effectively energy to the collective. So any feeling we get from the collective is a call for help, and if we understand it that way, we are going to help much more ourselves, because we are going to, every time we feel uncomfortable with something, we stop, we do the exercise, and we do what we are here to do, volunteering. So in a way, summarizing, that is what happened before. I also set the intentions, all the intentions I feel about what is going on in the world, and I send the love and the light, doing this exercise that I was guided to do. I've been getting a lot of sisters and brothers in private telling me that they are going through real tough moments. So hopefully this will reach everyone. I also mentioned that this place is meant to be open whether there are people here online or not, because it's a space that needs to be open, and I was guided to do so in 2019. So you well know that, and that's why it's running today, and it will keep running every time. I also explained why last week we didn't record, and explained that this is a process that we feel to adjust and calibrate our energies, because we are the bringers of light here. So sometimes we need some time with ourselves to recalibrate, and so we just don't feel like recording, because it's not the time for recording. It's the time for us to readjust, feel, exchange whatever love is needed, whatever information is needed, so that we get that change in or let's say maintenance to keep going, and also keep bringing these opportunities to others. It's a pure natural process. So when I did all of that, I went up and I saw your name there on the screen. I opened my eyes and you were there. and then I tell everyone that you were there, and let's see what you want to bring, to say, to share with us, with whatever you feel.
Yeah, I think good idea maybe to do an activation in our chakras. And send love to our chakras, because I'm feeling that quite a lot right now.
That's what we did, love. That's what we did.
Yeah.
There was a process of doing that. A whole huge. It took some time. So we went one by one, treating every chakra.
Okay.
And doing that in this case, it was in my body. And every time I was doing one section or one part, we were doing that for the collective. So
Okay.
you don't mind, check that part of the video.
Yeah.
And receive that love because it's there. Yeah. Not only like I was sharing with everyone else. It's not only from me. It's from many beings that are present, many beings who are making me feel all this love. I did ask for a lot of help and support, because I maybe these are the times that I have seen my beloved ones really struggle.
They are. They're there to support us. Like, I definitely have felt their presence this week because I've asked for their presence, and I think that's another big thing that we forget to do. Well, I do as well. Like you said, it's like we all think that we're going through stuff alone.
Yeah.
And then
that creates separation. They say when you believe that you are having this experience alone, naturally you are creating separation from everything that is. So for me that was simple, something that I will know anytime and that I have as information inside, but the fact that they mention it again, it make it more alive, and it made me more understand that it's me actually creating the separation. Because we need to set the reminder somehow. And they say don't feel guilty about doing having this let's say of forgetting this connectedness. Don't feel guilty, because it's part of the process of your awakening. It's not something wrong with you. It's you just through the process. It's you being through the process of remembering that you are not disconnected.
Yeah.
You have been disconnected. We have been disconnected mentally, but we were never disconnected energetically. Really.
No.
Because otherwise we wouldn't be here. We need to be connected energetically, otherwise this body wouldn't be connected to the soul and to everything. So we've been always connected. What happens is that mentally our focus, our consciousness wasn't in alignment with that awakening. Wasn't in alignment. So
that's it. Like, and I think a lot of us have been programmed to not even like ask anybody in the physical form for support either. So like once you get past that hurdle, and it's like you almost forget, you're like, oh, don't want to bother people with my problems, and
that's so much programming. It's really programming. It's really programming, because they keep telling us every week, feel free. And for years now, they've been telling us, just reach someone. Don't feel don't feel that you need
Yeah.
to do it only in your own, because it's not real. It's not only you. It's not
No.
only you. Honestly, if you see and read every message, every voice message, every email that I've been receiving since the last time we spoke, they are everybody, Spanish speaker or English speaker, no matter what person from what part of the world, they are going through this sense of tough moments because of that sense of separation, believing that
Yeah.
they are only the ones dealing with that. So what happens when I put all the information together from Messenger, from Google Mail, from every platform, Instagram, Telegram, all this information I receive from every brother and sister, when I put it together, what I see is a fact that is happening to everyone. So
Yeah.
it's just about us releasing that obsolete way of understanding that we are separated, that we are alone. This is an old system that they have been wanting us to believe, and at some point we did believe, and we still believe, and we need to just let it go, and be courageous. I ask for that also. I ask for courage. I ask for courage so that people, when they come to having this fear about, I'm not sure if to open myself more to this person because I might be attacked, I might be betrayed, I might be whatever reason, so that we get the love that we need in those moments to say, come on, this is a base system belief that make us be separate, and we know that isn't true. We know that isn't true. We had times where we needed to be in our own for the process of awakening. True, that's very true. Now these are moments for months they've been telling us to come back together, to come back to community, to come back to more interacting with each other.
Yeah, that's something over this week I've noticed. I've discussed this with you with my my struggles with the 3D. But this was it on Monday. I had to go in to a meeting, and I got outside the building, and I was like, I literally prayed. I was just like, can you please just give me, I prayed to the angels. I was like, can you just come in here with me? And I was like, give me the strength to stand in my power and speak my truth. And I came out of there with a big smile on my face because everything had changed. The person had changed. I got given an absolute angel of a woman. And I was just like, I walked out of there and I was like, we did that. You did that. But that was because I asked, and I didn't even have to get angry or mad or lower my vibration. Just said what I needed to say, was open, and I was just I came out of there and I was like, wow. I was just like, that worked fast. But
the moment we allow it.
Yeah, because I could have easily just gone in there all panicking and in my mind and everything, but the whole morning I was high vibe, and then as soon as I got out there I was just right, I need your help. Come and help me, please. Yeah, and I came out of there happy, and I didn't have to lower my vibration. So I was like, that's good. Yeah. And then there's
we had that power and free will to experience anything we want.
Yeah.
In every moment. We want to experience high vibration, we are going to experience high vibration. Now we need to believe that.
Yeah.
If we don't believe, if we still believe the obsolete beliefs that they wanted us to believe, we are not going to give us even an opportunity during the day to change that vibration.
No.
And yeah, what you did there is ask, there you
yeah,
ask,
you're receiving. Yeah, but I know, but then there's it's so easy not to do that at the same time.
But the thing is, as easy is not to do it as not to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, as easy is to do it as not to do it. And it feels like more difficult to don't do it, more easy to don't do it, because we have spent much longer living that way, not doing it.
Yeah.
So to do it is the weird thing in our new reality. To do it is the weird thing. But we are being told often, we have received messages that we have the option to also be okay if we want.
Yeah.
We can do it.
And I think that's a lot, I know from my perspective, from me growing up, I was very independent. I was very in my masculine energy quite a lot, just being I can do everything on my own, don't need any help, blah blah blah. And then the more that I've kind of found the balance and the feminine side as well, is it's okay to fall back and ask for help, and it's okay to be in touch with your emotions. You're allowed to fill your cup up and not burn yourself out and things like that. It's just being, and it's acknowledging it and it's a habit that you have to get into, because I've seen myself falling back into that over this past week, being it's okay, I can just do everything on my own, I don't need any help, and then I'm but I do need help. I do need help.
The thing is that there is still a part somewhere within us or in our belief system that make us feel weaker if we ask for help.
Yeah.
It's if I ask for help, that means that I wasn't sufficient.
That you're not good enough. Yeah.
Not good enough. Oh my God. That belief is a real big destroyer in humanity at this time. And like I was saying, how come that a sister in Argentina is feeling the same that a sister in Scotland, and a brother in the south of England, and another sister in US, and another sister in New Zealand, and another sister in the North Africa, another sister in Spain, Italy, Germany. All these people contacting me, they are feeling the same. So something is going on in the collective, no? I mean, it cannot be, this is telling us that it's not only individual. Because honestly, every symptom they tell me that they are feeling is exactly what I've been feeling. And this is what we've been, and I will be maybe for the audience, making this up. I'm not making this up regarding my connection with Melissa, because Melissa and I, in that conversation we had last week, when we didn't record and we needed to create these readjustments and calibration and integration of things, we got to understand and know where we are both, how we are feeling. So that's why I include everyone, because it's happening. I mean, it's a fact. It's a fact. And
it's happening.
It's happening.
I've actually had this conversation with somebody this week as well, because like I feel like if people are a lot more open and vulnerable and honest with their feelings, which is a bit hard to do, especially if you're masculine, you see that everybody's going through some sort of like thing right now. It might not be exactly the same as what you but you can resonate with it, and then it's that actual, I think it's the cracking open and like actually voicing how you're feeling that is difficult for so many people to do. They just ride the waves on their own, and I'm guilty of that myself as well. So I'm not like putting everybody else on a pedestal, but like when you're going through this stuff, I actually seen a video on Instagram today, and it was a lady asking a whole pile of men, who do you call when you need somebody to talk to? And every single man said, I call nobody, because nobody cares.
Mm-hmm.
And there was like about 20, 30 men, they were like, I don't call anybody, I don't call anybody, I don't call anybody. And there was a pattern there, and that made me sad watching that they feel like they can't speak to one person about how they're feeling.
It's very sad, and that is what they are trying to make us believe.
Yeah.
And that's why we need to do things like this, to speak up, to say this out loud, and make people understand that they have a place here where they can come and talk to us, and also if they want to contact us in private, they can do. What we try to say is what we know we are going through and experiencing. So the least we can do is to say to people, we are here, happy to create a space for you and to share anything that you are going through anytime. If Melissa and I, we don't feel ready one day to do that, we won't do it. We won't record, we won't do we might just tell you straight away, because like I say, sometimes we need to calibrate together our energies and do readjustment and integrate. But those other times that is most of the time that we have the ability and the capacity to do so, we are more than happy to listen to you and provide anything we can.
Yeah, it's like even with this gifts that I've been blessed with like the light languages, I know sometimes that can work and that can sort my vibration. But do I do it? No, I don't. That is like, it came into my head, like most of the time I'll remember, but then I keep on forgetting that this light languages is also for me as well as other people as well.
It's for everyone. We still, this is also coming from our belief system, the belief system that we are transcending and transforming, that everything that happens to you is happening to to everyone. This is, I think, the main thing today, that they didn't want it to sort of talk and expand more in this subject, because it is important to keep it simple and to let that integration for people to understand that when they are going through that, everybody else is going through that. So being part of everything is often the way, because you don't feel on one hand alone, on the other hand you feel that you are doing something, because when you create that awareness that, oh my God, it's happening to all my brothers and sisters. So what do? When you are truly aware that this is happening to all your brothers and sisters, what you're going to do is to send love. We have that in our nature. We send love. We send love. And today was a big call to say, do it more, with more awareness, that you are sending, and that you are also healing in the process of doing so. So whenever we meet here, like Melissa said, we are healing ourselves, included, because we cannot be excluded. We are part of that whole consciousness and awareness they call God or Source, or whatever we want to call it. We have the capacity, as they were saying in the channeling, to live the experience we call life from many, many dimensions, because we are multidimensional beings. So we can concentrate only in what is happening in the 3D and limit ourselves towards all the other dimensions, and within one dimension, the 3D, we can focus in one particular part of that dimension and just get stuck there, focusing all our energy only in that area of existence. We can do that because we have the ability to do that. But they want to add, the same way that you can do that, you can put all your energy in the whole collective. And it will feel great to do so, because you become who you truly are without creating resistance and separation.
Exactly.
If you want, you can bring a blessing, and maybe also after that say your intentions, and then we do a transmission together.
Yeah. Okay.
So
I just had to balance myself a bit. I've been a bit, and since this afternoon I've been a bit funny, for lack of a better word.
And I pulled a card before. And
What did you?
I pulled a card.
The crow.
And it's the crow spirit, and it says co-create with the spirit. Co-create.
Co-create.
And this was, I was shuffling the cards, and this one came out.
I've seen a lot of crows this week. So that
Me too.
that resonates.
Yeah, a lot of crows. And the thing is that I haven't read what it says in this book. And then
But you know.
I went straight to the channeling, and through the channeling it came really the information that was needed. So yeah, in total alignment. Once again, exposing ourselves to practice channeling, so that we can reflect in ourselves or to ourselves that we are capable to do it. I am more aware every day that I practice channeling that I am capable to bring the information that maybe is already here, but I didn't need to read it, and I didn't read it. Maybe I read it a long time ago when I got this present, but I don't remember what was said in that booklet or anywhere regarding this card. And when I read it in the beginning, I didn't see the word CO. I only saw the word create with the spirit. So I took it personally, create with the spirit. And now when I show it to you is when I read the co.
Yeah.
And that clicked entirely with everything that it was channeled. Very, very, very important to also show to ourselves what we are capable to do, because the belief system that is being transformed, transmuted and changed have this impact in ourselves of believing or making us believe that we are not capable to do so many things that we know that already that we are capable to. Trust that if you open yourself as a channel, the right information is going to come through you. All that process of activation, cleansing, balancing of chakras in your system and together with the collective, that connection of co-creation helps a lot the process of channeling, because as I was understanding what I was channeling, I was letting a wider part of me, like a wider channel of myself. I was becoming a wider channel, and more information was coming through, that I was listening at the same time that it was being channeled, and I was saying, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, I needed to hear this, I needed to hear this. And it might sound silly because it looks like you are telling that to yourself. The thing is that we don't want to understand that we are telling to the same being, the unity, the oneness, the God, the goddess, the one. We are telling to ourselves what we are experiencing and we are reflecting. So at the end of the day, yeah, we are telling to ourselves the stuff our mind still deny that can be possible, and also interpret that as being stupid. Yeah. Why are you telling to yourself something that is stupid? Why you are talking to yourself? You must be mad. Why you didn't think about that before, during the day or during the week? Well, I didn't do the exercise of channeling. I didn't let myself be, let's say, surrender to everything that exists and let them and allow them to just talk through me. And every human being can do this, and you know it. And if you are new to this, well, ask questions, make a comment, and we will do our best to guide you in how to do channeling. I might be doing some workshops in a near future about ways of channeling. Yes.
There's loads of different ways to channel, really, isn't there? If you're open to the channeling, I think the channeling finds you, and whether it's through a card or
through anything.
through nature or
Yeah.
through a sign.
Yeah. Yeah. This was, like you say, this was channel
Yeah.
before.
Uh-huh.
Why came this card so connected to everything that we've been channeling without even knowing what this book says? So this the reflection, constant reflection of, come on guys, start trusting yourselves more.
Yeah.
Allow yourselves to you need to start trusting more yourselves, your capabilities, your
Yeah.
and yeah.
We need
this-
to understand that the light is in all of us and we are actually co-creating with the universe.
Yeah.
Like the universe is in us as well as outside of us. Like,
Yeah.
like we are the universe, basically. We all are.
And sometimes it requires this sense of awareness of consciously channel something.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people waiting for something to give them a sign or something to, and maybe the sign is there all the time, but
Mm-hmm.
we get stuck in these determined ways of thinking and focusing in certain areas of our lives where we put down our vibration, and then we create separation again.
It's like it's like a constant having to sit with yourself. I think the more you do sit with yourself and you're present, you can see where you're maybe putting yourself down a bit, because I've done that, because there's been a time, not so much it was like something that I joined, but like I joined all these courses maybe like about a year ago, and I was like, I want to learn more about this, and not to, but then I felt like I was behind, and that I needed to learn this section of spirituality, that section of spirituality, this section of spirituality, and like explore all the avenues. Did I enjoy it? Yes, but I felt like I was competing because I wasn't good enough, like the way that I am right now, if you know what I mean. I was like, I need to learn more about this so I can progress further, but it was like I was putting that pressure on myself to be like, you need to learn more about this so that you can be spiritual. But I'm already spiritual. You know?
You are amazing. You have so
it's
many.
so stupid.
It's so silly. It's true. It's so easy for us to just neglect everything that we are. When we are receiving this information so often as a reminder, not because they want to be heavy on us or tough on us. No, it's the contrary. They do it with the intention of reminding us, hey guys, that you have everything already inside.
Yeah, exactly.
You have everything. But that doesn't mean that by having everything, we need to solve everything in our own.
No,
That's
exactly.
more the message from today. That you have that ability to give infinitely number of support to humanity and to yourself. But these are times of co-creation. These are times of active action, active love.
Yeah.
Towards these things that we are dealing with, and understanding that when we come together, we enhance our powers.
Yeah.
So more effectively, we can make or support the transformation. We can ease the process.
Mm-hmm. It's like every time, like even when I'm channeling, like through the groups, like in the past, and every time I have those thoughts, I always seem to get channeled the message being like, you just need to be the light. You just need to be the light. Because then you slowly start realizing, with you just being the light and you having your vibration higher, people come to you. You don't need to come to the people. People come to you. As long as you're focusing on being in the light, you don't need to be anything like spectacular. And yeah, you're just
because that being spectacular is more like something from the system belief that we receive as humans, that we need to be something in order to be able to provide or to be something, and we are not. We don't need to be anything that has been already shown to humanity. You can be the unique being that you are. You don't need to follow any pattern that other person follows.
no.
Every person is good in
Different,
what they do,
yeah.
different in what they do. Somebody is an actor, another person is I don't know, a health carer. Every person has a different role, and in what they do is great. Really, it's really great, because how many people are out there that doing things that we will never do.
Yeah.
I'm so glad I'm so grateful to these people who are doing those things and complementing humanity. So yeah, it's more and more awareness of, one, we are everything that is needed. Second, manifest who we are, share what we are, and trust that whatever comes out, honestly, if I didn't do that, I wouldn't have started recording this video today. And every time that I have done something in my own recording, like I really need to go to that point of myself to say, I don't know what's gonna happen today. I'm gonna just flow, and let's see. And that is not easy for the human mind, because the human mind needs a structure. The human mind needs a schedule. Human mind needs bullet points and certain, and here you get to this point where you say you don't need any of that. You just need to let yourself flow. Just let the energy tell you what you are getting. And it's a process of a lifetime focusing in the understanding of the human emotions, because we've been doing that whether we want to accept it or not. We've been mastering why we feel one way, what is this feeling telling me, or can a feeling talk to me? Yeah, it can. You just need to put words. How often we find out or we come across with someone who is having a wonderful experience with you, they rather say, I cannot even explain it. And when I come across with these moments or situations, I say to the person, make a little effort. Try to take some time now, meditate, feel it. Just if you like, no pressure, but take this opportunity to give it a go. give a go. Try to tell me what is the, how you will describe that you felt during this experience we had. And that is always something that is helping us to develop more our ability of expression, of expressing feelings, emotions, this telepathy that we have between humans.
Yeah.
And other beings. Yeah. Yeah, but it's so common to get to this point with people where they tell you it's very difficult. It's very difficult. It's easier to say it's very difficult.
Yeah.
But a lot of brothers and sisters who do this kind of job, they've been doing something slightly different. They have been taking time from their lives to interpret and process what those emotions are saying. And eventually it becomes kind of natural just to channel, feel and interpret with your own words what those feelings are saying.
I know, it's like your body knows as well. It's like if you trust your intuition instead of, like, so if you were feeling low and there was something just in your head just go for a walk. It could be something as simple as that, and then like
Totally.
Like you keep on getting this message being like you should just go for a walk, but then you're like in your head being like I don't really feel like it. And then you try and convince yourself of all the ways that you need to stay inside. But if you just did what your intuition's already telling you to do, you would feel better. So it's like fighting. It's not like fighting, but it's like coming out of your head and going into your heart and actually trusting what is already being shown to you in some shape or form. Yeah.
And understand that wasn't a simple idea that just dropped in your head, but
Yeah.
an opportunity to come out from the pattern that you might be in.
Yeah, you might be in.
Shamaka Tushanata, and they come like very sudden, like this intuitive messages come so fast, and then you might start getting some of the information, and very quickly we are so capable to find an excuse to substitute or replace that you were receiving with something else that might keep you in the same pattern.
Yeah, it's like, see if you're, I don't know, like if you travel to a different country or something and you went for a walk and you look up like one road, like say the right hand side and left hand side, and something in you's going, oh, you should go up that right hand side and see where that changes, but then your head's immediately being like, I don't know if I should go up there, it might look dodgy, what if I get lost and I can't find my way back, and you like there's a million thoughts going in your head. But if you actually just went the way that was telling you to go, it could be like the most spectacular thing ever that you see. So it's like you're always having to find that. It's so simple.
It's so simple.
But it's always finding that discernment, being like, okay, my intuition's telling me to go that way, I should go this way. But your brain's like already had 100 thoughts being like, no, well, you'll get lost, or you might like do this, and what if it's dangerous up there, or what if there's wild animals? I don't know.
It's so simple that it's mind-blowing that we are talking about what's going on.
Yeah.
We are talking about what's going on to the whole collective. And still sharing this information, like I see with so many things, so many minds will reject it.
Yeah.
Because there are many minds that don't want to come out from the comfort zone. They don't want to. They want they feel uncomfortable and they complain, but they don't want to take action and and change, because it feels, let's say, less risky.
Yeah.
It feels less risky to stay where you are. But we've been called so often, so many times.
Yeah. We've still got fear.
Action.
That's
We have
that's
fear,
what it is.
of course.
That's still there. Like I know I resonate with it too. It's like I sat with myself a couple of times like this week being like, what is actually stopping me from being like my full authentic self? I'm not feeling good right now, and that's because I'm not being my full authentic self. Like, and that's like the thing that came to me. So everybody that I've kind of been in contact with this week, I've just been me. Like, I'm just like, I'm not covering up who I am anymore. Like, and wearing, because I go on about people wearing masks and stuff, and I'm like, but I'm still wearing a mask at the same time to certain people. Like,
oh my God.
Because I don't want them to judge
like
me. And I'm like,
you say things like if you were describing my day by day experience. It's so really.
And then we put it down to like energy protection or something, because I've done this too. I'm like, oh, I don't want to show my true self to that person because they'll attack me. So it's like you put it down to like energy protection. You're like, oh, I'm not going to show you because I don't like your energy, so I'm not going to show you my energy. And that's a fear in its own, because if I'm supposed to be the light, I'm supposed to be showing them that I am the light. And I'm supposed to be an example. You know what I mean?
Without limitations, no? It's like, well, limitations, I'm aware that we should have certain limitations because there is darkness.
Yeah.
So to those beings that they are being dark or darkness to yourself, of course, use those mechanisms of protection, but not to the whole community, not to the whole collective. Not because of a few change your natural way of being.
Yeah.
Not because of a few that make you still feel fear.
And I actually had somebody
from your love and light.
I had somebody that came up to me when I was in the supermarket. On Sunday, I was with Jack, and it was actually like it was a man, and I was like, and it's somebody that I do know, briefly, but like I just, like I was saying, because they were like, oh, are you thinking about moving away? Because they were obviously speaking to one of my other friends, and I was like, yeah. I was like, I went down to Glastonbury and I like that energy more, and the energy up here is not good for me, and like all this stuff. And then he was just like, there is people up here with the same energy, like, and then that kind of made me think, because I was like, I'm just completely disregarding this whole place because of like a few, like just the energy. So that kind of made me think a little bit, because I was like, okay, yeah, there is the people out there that are on the same frequency as me, but it's like I need to get myself out there and stop thinking that like I'm completely on my own.
That's very connected to an experience I had this week also.
Yeah.
Two people who connected, who sent me an email. No, it was through WhatsApp. They contacted me and they just leave one street from where I live.
Uh-huh.
So these people are very much into spirituality. It's a couple, and this couple wanted to have some support to get some answers. So they got to QHHT somehow, and so they did a research, and they realized that there is a guy just 2 streets or few
Away.
streets up away from them. And then we had a meeting online like this. And when we started talking, I saying, what part of England are you calling me from? And they say, 2 streets from you. And that really, really is connected to what you are saying, because they are
Yeah.
people. They are people. We
Who
need
you
to.
don't even like. I mean, that's the thing. Again, that's another discernment, because we've all come from somewhere, you know, like, and we've all done our healing. So for me, and like, I'm always changing and I'm healing and I'm growing. That was me having to sit with myself a little bit, because yeah, there is still people that stay the same and don't want to change and don't want to look at themselves, but then there is other people, and with this energies on this planet, people are being called to change, but you feel like that you're the only one that's like going, or me and a few people that I've connected with up here are the ones that are feeling it, but other people are feeling it, and other people are taking charge of their lives and going through their own healing and things as well. So yeah, we're all doing it consciously or unconsciously. People are realizing that they're, I think with this energies, I don't think anybody can really deny it, but I feel if you're unconsciously doing it, it must be feeling like a whirlwind, but when you are kind of sitting with it and being kind of conscious with it, then it makes it a little bit easier. But yeah, we're all changing. Just because I maybe started this healing journey like 3 or 4 years ago doesn't mean that other people haven't started 2 years ago or a year ago or even 6 months ago or 3 months ago. Like, people are evolving. It's not just me.
No, and it's not only us having fear to speak that loud, because the reason why I came across with this couple is because they found my website in Google. So they were really shocked that so close to where they live there is somebody who can bring those answers to them. And why I didn't meet them before? Well, because I think we are all afraid of talking. My feeling is that we are still transcending the fear of talking. And like we say, maybe people just started this spiritual path. But there are also people who have been 20 years connected and in spirituality and all of that, and still they don't talk in public. They are still afraid of talking because it has been tough. Looking at the whole human history, plus looking to our own past experience here on Earth, it has been really tough. And it's tough to just be there, be courageous, and be open to just say and be yourself 100%. The thing is that when we allow it, oh my God, I don't think that is something that works only in balancing energies or in helping each other. It goes in so many levels. It goes to to improvement, and to just the feeling of connection is great. The feeling of, when we have these chats, we sometimes make a comment next day or just after the group, and we say, wow, that was powerful. That was, well, that wasn't only the light languages. That was the human connection to the wholeness, to the everything that we are, to the co-creator that we are. And that feels great because it's the ultimate feeling, because it's the oneness. So without having to think in particular benefits, I really can say that this is benefits in all ways that we can imagine. It will be endless, an endless description of how many benefits we get every time that we create or we allow the expansion and the connectedness with the collective. And we are going in that direction. The change is not, it cannot happen in few days. It cannot happen. There is a transition, and this transition is the transition we are living. Sometimes we say, why I didn't do this before? Why we spoke last year about similar things? Why I'm still not applying them? Why if the 2 last weeks we were already talking about these things and I'm not doing it? Because we are experiencing a huge, massive transformation, change in so many levels. It's not only affecting this lifetime, but affecting all the other lifetimes and memories that we have from suffering, experiencing neglective thoughts and disempowering manners and dissolve habits as well, because habits are difficult. Would you go to any psychologist or any person who deal more with the human psyche, psychology, they are going to tell you a habit is very difficult to break.
Yeah.
Because you might be doing that maybe since you were a child. Maybe you have been doing that in one way or in another. More manifested or less manifested, you are repeating that pattern, that habit, that behavior, and that is a process, because it's a big change. If we see that this is happening to me alone, that's it. I'm stuck here. If I try to give myself the opportunity to understand and admit that this is happening to a collective, that this is a much bigger intelligence co-creating with me, things are very different. We see that we are changing a whole human history. Then we take it in a different way, and we are less strict also.
And I think if you're open and receptive to the signs as well, it's like they're everywhere. Like, because
they are always there.
Yeah, on Sunday then, I wasn't having a very good day. It was one of those days, and then you get somebody that just comes in, they're like, there is people here, and I'm like, yeah. But it's just, even just having that small conversation, I was just like, okay, that was a sign. That was a sign. And it's like, it's needed up here more than, I suppose, like, I think I've been going through some past life stuff this week, for sure.
We are.
but then it was like, well, why am I here? Like, I sat and asked myself, I'm like, why am I here? But like, yeah, I could move to near Glastonbury and have that experience and be around that high vibing energy and just be around that energy center point. And I do believe that I will be back there again, but I feel like I'm bringing that energy from there up to here. Because maybe this place needs the energy too. But yeah, it's just, I feel like the more I've been feeling like that, especially today, because I've been feeling like I was fine this morning, and then I feel kind of like a little bit of attacked. Like a little bit attacked. I don't know why, but like you can feel it in my body, because I just went like from, and I haven't really been around anybody that's kind of sucked my energy. But yeah, just feel like I've been kind of high vibed, and then it's just like voof. But then there is things that need changing. That's becoming more and more apparent this week that it needs to be changed. So yeah, I feel like I'm feeling the effects of that today. I think it's getting more and more, when I feel into it, it's like you, like I said this to you last week, it's like your soul is telling you to go another way and to trust wholeheartedly where you're being led is what you're meant to be doing. But you only get like certain bits of information. You're like, okay, but what if this and what if that in your head? I don't know if you've thought. It's a process. I know what needs to be done. It's just doing it, that's the problem.
When what they are telling me, when we live the same experience again and again, is to realize more in a higher level of awareness that the solution is the solution. So it's like today I hear or I listen the solution, and because of our belief system we are like, yeah, it resonates, oh yes, great. Then we get back to our habits,
our daily lives,
and that trigger again the old belief system, and so we merge ourselves in that belief system again until we come back to that high vibration, that light, and we get the same reminder. You can do it together. Remember, you are in this together. This is not only happening to you. And then you get like a different flavor of the one that you received maybe a week ago, and that extra flavor is added to the new perception of the change that is needed within you, the openness that is needed to be expanded there, and then we follow that process of getting disconnectedness until we prove to ourselves that the what we should do is that we've been reminded so many times. So every time is more like, it's like a proof to ourselves, proving to constantly to ourselves every week that we are that we are capable of this, that, and that,
and so on. So
And then I think like the universe, even like or universe or source, or like I feel like when you go off path, and maybe you know that you're off path, or maybe you don't know that you're off path, but like, and then you're burnt out. Or I always feel like in my personal life, where when things have gotten like too much for me, or is getting on top of me, I end up like burnt out, or that's when I get sick, or that's when maybe Jack will get ill and I have to stay in the house for a week with the sick kids, and like that's like, and it's the universe being like, you need to sit down and revalue stuff. Like that's what I feel like happens all the time.
and the universe is us,
Yes.
reminding us, because we didn't take in a way or from a certain angle the advice, and we are not making those changes. So the body and the reality and the universe start reflecting that in a different way to see if that make us take the move, make the change, make the letting go process of something.
And I think we're all being called to take leaps of faith right now, big leaps of faith, and embrace the changes. So there's the leaps of faith that you take without fear, or maybe with fear, and you do it anyway. And that's, I think, where, like, when I've been feeling into it, I feel like it's like our trust is being tested and our faith is being tested, because they're like, you can sit and go, oh yeah, I trust in God. Like, I know that He's got my back. I know everything's going to be okay. But when you really come to it, when you're getting pushed to take a leap of faith, are you going to jump? Or are you going to listen to your mind and be like, oh yeah, well, what about this and what about that? And what if I'm not supported in this area of my life? What if I don't have enough money? What if I don't have this? And
all the fear-based things.
Yeah, or me being a mum will be like, oh, well, Christmas is coming up, so maybe just do this for a couple more months, and, you know, like things like that. And but you're being like pushed to being like, you're going to be okay, just take that jump off the bloody cliff.
Yeah, because if we don't push ourselves, a lot of people are still understanding that this is another being out there pushing us or doing something for us. That feeling of being manipulated is disempowering.
Yeah.
And that comes in the news, in everything that they are doing. It makes you feel like you don't have total freedom.
Controlled and manipulated, yeah.
You feel controlled and manipulated. That creates disempowerment. If you are in a state of disempowerment, how are you going to have faith?
Yeah, exactly.
No, because you don't have even you don't even have the energy to start that you are guided to start. You don't have the motivation, and you need that motivation. So
you need that drive.
You need that drive. That drive is the divine drive. Everything I do is because that drive take me to do that and allow it to be so. And that feeling is so great to create videos, to create meditations.
Yeah.
Everything. Teme sha tu mahata tu mahaikama. Ona namaku, teme sama, isinya makuma. Tote habwa patakus esha wabataka okuto tomas awomakata. Shinshana ahawumokos osaitana. Hemetakantum temtum tun shinakatotuanana. Tiana kutana tatokoshin tanakaba kutos amakuata titiana tuata itiana. It's not easy, but it's not impossible, and you know that. Meshene temaka uma haiti tima hanata sawama. Eheneta tawanata manata atinana. Allow yourselves to breathe the new feelings. Give yourself opportunities, allowing yourself something new, to do something new. Nita kawana, hold the space in the same way that you will hold the space for someone, hold the space for yourselves. Metanaka tuntanamaute yamaka tutante wamata. And replace and transmute the feeling of darkness from the collective. Transmute it into light by sending love. That's why they say before, it's more like a call. It feels like pain, it feels like suffering coming to you because you are tapping in the collective energy because you are part of it. But that is not just to make you feel down. It's actually calling your attention, saying, send me energy. Send me energy. Because if you send the energy to all this big ball of consciousness, naturally you are going to feel also better. So this is calling your attention to say, send love and energy. And if all the planet will just take for a moment this into the chest, this as awareness, and everybody will be sending love every time they get worried about something, naturally everything will be balanced. But that is it will take a process for us to get to the point where the Arturians are, that they know what fear is, they know it, but they just choose to don't act from fear. And for us to understand that and act that way, we need to feel how it feels first and what we are doing so that we understand how to establish that balance constantly without creating separation from obsolete ideas or beliefs that are constantly bombarding us, and it's not anyone but us doing that to ourselves, so that we gain more awareness of how to feel secure, how to feel balanced, how to stay in one state. The more it's like someone who start riding a bike and fall once, fall twice, fall for the third time, but gradually, by falling, gradually it gets to a sense of understanding that comes naturally, that you can actually at some point ride the bike without even having fear to fall anymore. It's very much like that.
Yeah.
It's an analogy like that when we fall, we are just giving to ourselves a new sense of understanding that we can keep riding or cycling that bike without falling. Understanding this analogy relieve a lot of guilt. Understanding that it's a natural process.
Yeah.
Because we are also very hard towards ourselves. Like, why I didn't do it this week? And we are there lamenting, why, if I spoke this last week to Melissa in different ways, but somehow I put myself again in a series of situations where I was really feeling like at some point so disconnected.
Yeah.
And then we just get back here today and we remind many beings and us here, we remind again that we are capable to ride the bike without falling and enjoy the ride. Meshenita na kute maru, kut patanele kishnala kawo. Genele kimisha lalu, huluma kalai tenemele yama. Muluti leke kalukumaka tata tuluma kalaiteti kumbulu huatata nulu ama antuluma kuamama tuluama. These ancestors, for me, they sound like they come from Africa. And the love that I feel from them is compassion. It's a lot of compassion.
I've been getting a lot of Egyptian recently. This month has been very Egyptian.
Very Egyptian.
Yeah.
Yesterday I was playing basketball with the t-shirt of Horus. I will never get a t-shirt like the ones I get here for the groups. I will never wear something like that to go to the park and play basketball. But yesterday, for some reason, I felt that that's the t-shirt I wanted to wear.
Do you remember that meditation that I sent you before the full moon, or was it during the full moon at the beginning of the month?
Mm-hmm.
Then at the end of it, it was like the lady thought that like our spirit teams had been like upgraded, like maybe like our spirit teams that's kind of come through our chapter. Our cycle is all like it's still there, but they're just on the sidelines basically, and we're getting integrated with like new spirit teams. And I told you about that light, and it was like that buzz light in my head, and I got that message, but I was never really sure who that was. And then I was doing, I think it was yesterday or the day before, I did a meditation with Steve Noble. And it was working with, because like I've noticed his ones have been going very Egyptian as well. So I was like, this is kind of like in the theme of like where I am at right now. And it was with goddess Isis and Nymphis, and it was like a protection thing for like day and night. So Isis was like through the day, and the Nymphis was like for the night protection. So when we called on goddess Isis, it was the same. The energy that was pulsating through me during that meditation was the same as the one that I did at the full moon. So I was like, has this been like Isis that's been at the start, you know, like, and because it was exactly the same, and it wasn't the same with like the Nymphis one, and I was just like, huh. I was like, and things like had started like clicking into place, you know. But it's been very, very Egyptian themed this month. And then when I noticed, I follow Steve Noble, but I don't do his meditations all the time. And then when I looked at all that he'd uploaded, it was like Horus and Isis and like, and it was like loads of like Egyptian things, and I was just like, okay, this is the theme this month. But yeah, it's funny when things like happen like that. So again, here's me thinking, oh, I'm the only one that's experiencing this Egyptian thing, but then no, it's like it's everywhere.
We are going to bring this theme for next week, because this is a huge confirmation. And what I got from this being is like, what tells you that we are not connected to that civilization? That's what this guy says. But the way we interpret things are with the people that we already know, with the species that we already know, that belong to that civilization, the Egyptians.
Yeah, see, I'm very, I think that's another thing that I've spoken to you about, and then that's probably another thing where I was like, oh, with the spirituality, because I was like, I don't know all of these beings, and I don't know the difference between galactic and other ones. But like, I never asked. Like, I never, like, the beings that I channel, there's some, like today when I was, that other day when I was doing the meditation, the two energies completely matched from each meditation. So I was like, oh, that must be like Goddess Isis that I'm connecting with. But like, I seem to, and then I've known that I've like connected with Mother Mary and stuff like that, but I've just had this inner knowing. But most of the time I don't entirely know. Like when I'm connecting with archangels, then I see different colors. But it's enough for me to know that there's an energy there, and I know that it's one of the archangels. I don't ask, like, which one are you?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
I think what I feel that happens is that it's not needed.
No.
Sometimes it might, like for example, it wasn't needed today, right now, a few moments ago, to know who this guy is.
No.
But for a moment I say, if today or these weeks we are surrendered by the Egyptian energy, inside I ask, so why you are here? And then I got the answer. What is telling you really that I don't belong to that same energy?
Yeah.
So I got the answer. But it's because I question why this cover came this week from.
It's curiosity and things like that. And I know people get really into it because I've seen posts and they're always like speaking about, you know, Palladians and like all this other ones. But like, I mean, to me that was just complete, like, I was like, well, like, how do I know if that's Palladian or Arcturian or something else? And like, but I've never, it's not that I don't connect, I don't
You don't
ask.
need it.
No, I don't ask. I know
that you don't need to be identified to allow this love and energy to come through.
Yeah. And it's not out of fear, because I started thinking, is it out of fear or anything like that? But it's just...
It's out of knowing that there is no necessity for that. There is no.
Yeah, I know that they're here to help, and I know that they're of the light, and that's all I need to know.
And sometimes we get to know that it's Mary and Maria Magdalene or Jesus.
Yeah.
And we don't even get it as an information, like a feeling that is telling you, I am Mother Mary. No,
yeah.
we just know it. We just naturally know.
I get visions sometimes. Like I've had, visions. I told you, I said that this was like just at the start of my spiritual journey with the Mary Magdalene. I got a vision of her. Had no idea who she was, but I seen this vision like clear as day. And then it was only maybe a couple of days later I was watching something in one of our groups, and she was pulling cards, and it was a Mary Magdalene card, and that picture was the exact same vision that I had. So I said, oh, okay, well that was Mary Magdalene, because I was like, that's the exact same face that I've seen in that card, that what I seen like a few days ago. And then this week I actually had something. It was just before my sleep has been crazy, like this week. Like I've been knocked out, like literally knocked out. But I seen a vision clear as day just before I went to sleep, and it was like of this and it was in colour this time. And it was like this woman. It looked kind of like a darker like Thai skin or something with like with the hair, and I didn't even ask who it was, but in me was like, that's Kwai Yin or something. Is it Kwai Yin? Don't have any. Yeah, I don't have any idea why that came, but as soon as I seen that, I was like, that's Kwai Yin. And I just knew that. And then before that was me, I was asleep. I seen that and I was like, boom, gone. It's just like, but I feel her energy. I've worked with her through meditations, and I feel her energy quite potent because it's very loving. It's kind of on the same par as like Mother Mary, but different, if you know what I mean. It's like a very
it's different.
Unconditional love. Yeah.
And it's connected also to the Mother Earth energy.
Yeah.
Very powerfully.
Mm.
Very powerful. It's so amazing, all of this.
Yeah, it's like I know it is
about everything that we process.
It's like when you see things like that, you're like, oh yeah, like, I didn't see that. It's like, but I know I seen it, but you kind of and still you question yourself. You still question yourself. You're like, how come I don't see this all the time? I only see this like once in a little while. I only see these like these visions, and but it's on the days that I'm really, really tapped in. You know, like that I've really put the work in. Well, like I say it's work, but I like doing it. But it's the days where I'm really high vibing, like really high vibing. And then it's like the days that you do put in the work and you're grounded and you're balanced.
Yeah, and you are less worried.
Yeah.
The worry about what is coming next. The worry.
Yeah, I think we're all feeling that there's something coming, but nobody knows what it is.
We do know, and a lot of things are coming, actually.
Yeah.
If you think about it, have you heard about the brothers and sisters of Hawaii?
No.
Oof. Yeah, an unknown fire has burned and melt the cars, all the cars and all the
oh my
places.
God.
People had to evacuate in the seawater, towards the seawater, because they couldn't go anywhere.
My God.
And that so many things are happening in the world. There was a tsunami in Spain. In Almeria.
That doesn't happen.
That does not usually doesn't happen. There was an important earthquake in the 20s or something like that in Spain. I know the place that was all sink and the whole village disappeared. It was swollen by the land, and now it's like there is an epicenter of the earthquake somewhere in the sea, and that created a wave towards Almeria, the coast of Almeria. Then fires in Tenerife that they cannot control. The war in Ukraine, still playing with nuclear bombs and things like that. The union of the countries in Africa, uniting forces to don't be colonized anymore and controlled by Europe.
Mm-hmm.
That is happening as well. So the collapse of the economy and establishing new ways of money, all of that is happening. What the thing is that we are sometimes we are just tired.
Yeah.
And we want everything to. Why you just don't change? That's it. That's it. Done. Let's start living life as we deserve. Living life. But then in those points is when we forget that this is not a small change. This is a big change in the human history, and that's what we constantly forget. That this cannot change in 2 days, in 10 years, maybe it's more.
I was actually listening to a Dolores Cannon interview. I can't remember when that did. Was it on Saturday or? I just sat and listened to some of her work, and she was going on about like the 3 waves of people that were coming in, and there was like
volunteers.
The 3 waves, like so the first wave like had it the hardest, and then like the second wave of people, which I feel like that is me in a way, but like we're having it quite slightly easier. But she said that she had so many clients coming to her going like, tell me what my purpose is. What is my purpose to be here, like on earth? And I think a lot of us collectively, we've all done it. Like I've even done it, being like, what is my purpose? Like, what am I meant to be doing? If I've gotten given this light languages, what am I meant to be doing with it? Like, and then the way that she was explaining it was like that we are just supposed to be here to root in the light, or in some aspect like that. Like we're here to be the light, to root the light, to teach people the light, and then the children, who is like the 3rd wave, the wave that's coming now. I think like the children are already coming. They're the ones that's probably going to see the changes. Of like fully all the work that we've kind of done. So
it's difficult to accept or to admit that we are in the core of the transformation, because
we are.
It's the hardest. It's the hardest. This that we are doing is the hardest. Now, they were putting me between my dreams and this reality. They were putting me this in my third eye and experiencing in my chest this the following. Imagine that you come back, you leave the body and you come back to your true essence, where you are love and only love. And you see a planet that is suffering. Wouldn't you want to go and do something about it?
Yes.
But that is so difficult for a human being to put the situations, to have a sort of self-inner reflection of going, imagining that you are out of the body, and understand that you are love and that you are observing there in that creation, in that we created called humans, in that planet called Earth. Things are happening and they are suffering. So who wants to go there and do something about it, be part of that transformation? I know that we did this. I want to go. Not even.
Yeah, because she said that. Like, she said that, like, this, she was going through that, and she was just like, from what she's learned, is like, we've already known what God is, because it was the most purest feeling of unconditional love. So that's like, so when we've come here, especially like if we all are so-called like starseeds and whatever, like we've always had that longing to belong somewhere and to find our home, but we know that our home is not here. And we've actually chosen like the hardest task of all of the like souls, like coming to the earth plane, and it's like a task. Like if we fail the task, we just have to keep on doing the task. So that's like the wheels of like karma. So like if we fail the task once, we have the choice to do it differently, but we'll just keep on going around and around and around and around and around until we learn our lessons. It's not like, oh, you failed the task, you can't be here anymore. It's like, but it's, if we keep on doing that, and then she said something on her thing being like, that we've all had this sense of like not belonging here and wanting to go home. Even when we were like younger, we were like, I want to go home. And Jack's even said that to me, like over this past little while. He's like, Mum, I want to go home. And I'm like, you are home. And then, but he was like, yeah, I know, but I want to go home. And I'm like, what? Like, but then when she said it, like on that video, I was just like, he knows more than he's letting on, I think.
We all want.
And like when I was a little girl, I used to, and I still do it now, I used to stare up at the stars just the whole time. I used to just stare up at the stars, and I think we've all had that feeling, even when we were children, feeling like we didn't belong because we weren't here to belong. We were here to change things. Like, so we've been brought up to be, the rebels or the black sheep or the ones that feel like they don't belong to their so-called families, or we're different from our families, if you know what I mean, or our family members. But I think that's why we've been we assigned to this mission to come here to break karmic chains and generational things. And yeah, it's
and the meeting
it's a minefield.
Yeah, it's a minefield.
When you see it from a higher perspective, you're like, wow. And then we've always known what that unconditional love feels like, and we search for it.
Yeah, because it's home. In home it feels like that. Constantly a home feels like that. You don't have to make effort to feel it.
No.
And here you feel that you need to keep going, like, oh, now wake up, okay.
And she said something about every like client that's said about wanting to meet or wanting to go back to meet God, and they all said the same thing. It was just this like huge bright light of like just absolutely unconditional love. And she said that the guides said to her, we're only giving them like a little smidgen of what his energy is like, because if we gave them the full potential, they wouldn't want to come back. And then she said that a lot of people that was under hypnosis didn't want to come back. Because they were like, just leave me here. Well, I'm fine here, just leave me here. Because that's what they know. They remember that that's what they've come from, and they want to go back to it.
Yeah. That's why it's very important when you are doing a session to be there for them.
Yeah.
not do it just like an exercise from a guided meditation that you listen in YouTube, but to be with someone, because it's really important to receive the comfort of understanding of why you are here and why you are needed here,
Yeah.
and understand that we say before, that is, if you are total love, wouldn't you want to come and help and support? Yeah. And if we all understand this, just simple as well, that we are here because we want to be here, we wouldn't refuse what we are doing here.
No, and the thing is,
be more collaborative. We would be,
yeah, and love is like the most simple and purest thing
exactly.
in the world, but then it also seems to be the most flipping difficult thing to do.
So it has so many impressions of yeah, it's amazing, but at the same time it's really, really tough. So
and I was scrolling through and there's so much work to be done, and people have experienced loss and and heartbreak and things like that, like in our lifetimes we've all experienced stuff like that. And
much to heal.
when I was looking the other day, like I was scrolling down and somebody had put like, name 3 words that you've heard your whole life or something like that, or that you've learned as an adult. And then I read some of the comments and somebody put love is painful, and as soon as I read that I was like, no it's not like that. And it's like, or love is hard, and it's just like, and it's so like integrated in so many people's heads, like that it's like
they have interpreted it so in the opposite direction.
And there's so much work to do because of there's so much, like I nearly private messaged that person just being like, no it's not, take that belief out of your head. You know what I mean? Because it's it's just beliefs, and it's what we've been, and it's our traumas that program us to believe that. But then I felt like as soon as I read that, I was like, you're manifesting more of that into your life, because if you believe that love is painful and you're never going to open yourself up to love ever again because you think that that's
your belief.
It's because of your belief. And that made me sad. I was just like, no.
It's very sad, but this is the real pandemic in the planet.
Yeah,
this is the real issue. This is the real issue, and the process of getting to what we are saying is not easy for many, because they still have so many layers to heal.
Yeah, exactly.
And as the wound, it's so painful, we don't even want to look at the wound because it's called love. They call it love, or they associated that to love.
With love, yeah.
With love.
But that's not.
It's not. Love
not
is
the pure love.
Is the cure. Love is the antidote. Love is the
self-love.
What brings you to balance. It's something else. It's not your wound.
No, and remembering that you are love and giving yourself love to yourself. Like I think a lot of us look outside for that love, when actually it's within ourselves. We've got to find the love within ourselves first.
Yeah.
Because if you're going around being like, oh, love is painful, love is this, and then you go and find somebody that you think is love, and you're like, oh wow, this is love, and you still got that belief in the back of your head, what's going to happen? More.
And that's why
more.
people don't contact each other either.
No.
Because they feel that whatever you exchange with a person, at some point, is going to hurt you. So,
And you don't fully open up.
and you don't, exactly, and when some people open up, they don't fully open up. So there are
No.
some of them, or some of us, who don't even open.
That's
There
why
are other
healing,
ones who do it, but do it partially. But even when you are opening 99.9%, that 0.1 is so important,
yes.
because when you fully opened is when the magic happens between these two people.
Yeah.
In
exactly.
ways that is mind-blowing, really. It's mind-blowing.
That's why healing is so important, because yes, we've all had our
Healing
ups
is
and
fast.
downs, and yeah, we've needed to heal from things. But like, I had this conversation with somebody being like, well, if I took all my experiences in the love department and from like past relationships and didn't heal myself or work through my wounds, then the next relationship that you go in, that's immediately going to trigger you. Like if they say something or do something the same as somebody in your past, you're like, oh, right, I'm out of here, closed off, let's go. Like, pack your bags and go. Like, and it's like the whole fight or flight mode. Like, you have to get out of that mentality, and in order to do that, you need to heal and recognize and let your emotions come up, love them, forgive yourself, forgive that whole situation. That's the only way for you to move on and for your heart to be open to love. But like, if you're carrying old wounds, and I see it so much in society, like people just jump from one person to the next person to the next person, not actually healing what they've gone through, and that's all they're ever going to have is just jump, instead of like being open and honest and vulnerable, even with that person, like that you might be getting in contact with, or whatever. You just say like, this is what's happened, this is what I need in order for this to feel good, and like whatever, you need to just be open. And but it's easy enough to say that when your heart is open, but a lot of people have got their hearts closed off, or partially closed off, or they've not fully open. They've always got that guard up, thinking, like I've even heard it in some of my friends when they've gotten into things and they're like, oh, it's too good to be true. It's too good to be, and I'm like, why are you saying that? Like, they seem like a nice person. No, it's too good to be true. It's gonna fuck up in a minute. Like, it's just stuff like that. And you're like, you're manifesting that into your life.
Wow,
You do,
definitely. And that is oh my God.
Yeah. I know.
This is happening, but everywhere.
Yeah, it is.
Everywhere say that expression. Everywhere around the world. It's too good to be true. So
There must be something wrong, because they're looking for the so-called red flag.
Yeah.
You know, or like they're looking for a red flag just to give them reason for them to be right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And to because we've been for so long identified with pain. So when we see pain and we recognize it, we feel comfortable dealing with it. So we create an attachment. But if something is totally or completely new, it's too good to be true.
Yeah.
So you are where you want to be. You are choosing that because your belief system is that you want to have those difficulties. So this will keep going. And now there must be a lot of people like me this weekend, this week and the weekend, the past weekend. And I was saying, yeah, if I have come to this point and I have evolved this much, why am I still having these recreations around me? Why things are still not completely changed? So I was getting the information that is because so much more is happening within me. So much more, because there are things that we are aware that we are overcoming, and there are many things that we are not aware that we are overcoming. And there are many things that we don't know that we want to experience, so that in few years we don't have a doubt about taking one direction or another. So we are increasing awareness. We are getting prepared for moments where we will need to take decisions, and we cannot be in those moments like, Meli, should I or should I not? Meli, do you think I have this? Which is good, to have consultation with a brother, with a sister is great.
Yeah.
Now, there will be moments in the future where we need to take those decisions because it's us who need to take action.
Yeah.
We just need to do it. And how do we get to that point of just doing it without processing or thinking? By experiencing many times that is the way. That is the way. So we are experiencing the lack of it, and we are experiencing the joy, the goodness of being in the way, or in the process of in alignment to many things. And I'm not just mentioning one, I'm just putting this example like if it was one, but this is happening in many aspects of ourselves. We are not only dealing with one thing at a time, we are dealing with many things, and that's why it looks like really madness sometimes. Really madness.
Yeah, it is. It's like sometimes you think you're going crazy because there's so much going on with the energies and the moons and the portals, and then your own stuff that's coming up. You're like, am I actually going mad?
Yeah. So your attention going to one thing to another, like, and then in less than an hour that you've been doing that exercise of wondering where it come from, is this, is that, is not that, we are burned out.
Yeah,
we are burned out. In 1 hour we are trained. We are, what the heck?
That's what I've been feeling this week, because like you go over the energies where I think me and you've said this like before, like at one point we were like so full of like energy, and I was like, yes, I'm going to get this done, and I'm going to like I'm doing this, and this is what's happening, I'm going to like do this, and then this other wave of energy, and it's like, sit down, don't do anything, you've got to surrender, there's more stuff to heal, and you're like, okay, but I was going to do this, and then
and then everything that was in the list, you sort of ignore it. Doesn't get done, and then you have another amount of things here to analyze, and some of them are almost complete to be analyzed, but there is another pile of work to do here, and then we just collapse. We just say, this is too much. It's too much.
Yeah.
We truly need to take find the pace, to find a pace to do one thing at the time, and be honoring that moment.
Yeah, it's like me. Like I've been going back and forward to being like, do I need another trip, or am I staying here?
The answer is you always need another trip.
I know.
Because our soul wants to travel everywhere, love.
I know.
Oh, that's the answer. I think that's the answer from your soul as well. The way
I know, but then there's so this like last minute in me being like, well, I either go on a trip or I save up money and move, and then I'm like, do I move? Do I not move? Can I move right now? I don't know. And then I'm like, if I can't move right now, then I'm definitely going on another trip. But then there's all this, but there's no goal behind it. So like, I'm like, if it's going to happen, it's going to be like a very last.
But it doesn't.
It's going to be a very last minute like decision. I think I'll probably like book something within a week and I'll be gone. Like if I'm going, because that's the way that I feel. Like I feel like it doesn't need to be planned to a T. But I just feel like it's something's gonna turn up that I'm gonna be like, right, yeah, I'm going. And
it's like not even think about it. It's
no,
like,
that's the feeling I'm getting. It's like the more I think about it, the more.
Yeah, that's what we are experiencing. The more we dig our own hole, the more we process it, the more we prolong or we postpone something.
Mm-hmm.
So just do it. Ismael, that is very easy for you to say. No, it's not, because I am in the same situation with what I'm experiencing.
I need some sunshine.
Sunshine. We are having a nice week. Thanks God for that.
Yeah.
Down here, and I
mean, it's not been too bad up here, but it's not been great, spectacular.
Not like summer.
No.
Not like summer at all. And but considering how the world is, I think everybody is experiencing. In Spain, from what I'm getting, the tsunamis, the sharks in the Mediterranean Sea, people that cannot go and have a swim safely because there are many sharks around. If there are no sharks, there are jellyfish, pollution, not only in Spain, but pollution in the sea, in many. I think everywhere is really, really something going on.
There's definitely, like, I mean, even the sea mammals probably know more about what's going on than what we do, to be honest, because they'll be feeling the shifts in the Earth's currents, because that's like they're very in tune to the sea, and they probably know what's going on more than what we do.
Yeah.
Same with the animals. That's why I definitely feel like we're all connecting to nature a lot more now, and we're connecting to the animals and the insects and things like that, because they are more in tune with what's going on than we are.
They are totally connected and we are not.
No, exactly. We've got so many outside distractions to distract us. And that's why I feel like we are being called back into nature. And almost like that's where I've been getting those feelings of like going back to the tribes and like herbalism and things like that, and then feelings of like growing my own food as well, and like things like that. Like I do feel those thoughts are coming to me for a reason, but I'm yet to know what that reason is. But maybe in a year or so, I might know why that reason is, because the earth is totally changing, and that's why I'm maybe getting guided to learn a bit more about being more self-sufficient.
You just said.
Yeah.
The only thing I will take off is the maybe.
Yeah.
Because that resonates very much with what is happening.
And then I really do feel like I've said it a few times as a joke to like my friend, being like, I really want to just go and camp. Like I was like, right now, I would be happier camping in a tent in a forest. And like, and I'm being like half serious, but like, there's a reason why I'm saying that. And like Melissa, 5 years ago, would not have said that. Like, I don't know. I was like, I literally do feel like packing up and just going and camping in a forest where there's no phone signal or nothing, and just going
just
disappearing.
just yesterday, my sister Fatima and I, we say to each other, the only thing I feel doing, if you ask me, is to go to nature and stay in nature. And Fatima responded, I've been going practically every day to nature, and every time I go, I don't want to come back home.
Yeah.
And she hasn't got anybody troubling her, or she lives in her own.
Yeah.
But she just knows that her soul is asking to be in nature. The same here, and you just say it as well.
Yeah.
I've been feeling this. I think we are being prepared to. We already predict something that it hasn't happened yet, and we are preparing ourselves for whatever is about to come. What happens is that we have always this difficulty that when we feel something, we understand that must be done straight away as well. That must happen straight away, and we don't have the opportunity to give us some let's say time for the reality to unfold. We are very impatient, very impatient. We just want things the way they were happening when we were angels, and we were manifesting instantly things. But here in 3D, it's not the same. This is tough. It's tough because it takes time. Like I say, and I think I said that last week, if I didn't say talking to you, I don't know if I say it in this in the Spanish group, that the human being has the capacity to see where we are going.
Yeah.
But we often have the tendency to forget that where we are going needs a process or a period of time to get there.
I can feel like I was having this conversation, like, so there's riots in France over, like, the people in France are just, they're mad. They're angry. And I was like, this is going to happen in Britain because there's only so much people can be pushed before people get, like start to revolt. And then I've even seen, like, there is signs of it going to be happening. Even I noticed this week, then there was a video, I think it was Russell Brand, but it was a lot more celebrities and I don't know if it was a TikTok video or something, but they were calling the Parliament out for all the lies that they've told, and this was like high profile celebrities being like, stop lying to us, stop lying to us, we vote for you and you're lying to us. So I was just like, right, so this is like so-called high profile people taking a stand at the Parliament. So if the general public think that the celebrities can do that and take a stand, they're going to follow. And like I definitely feel like there's something in my veins that something is going to happen here, because it's happening all around the world, and it's getting closer to home. It's in France, but France is like used to the rioting, but we need to remember that Britain is Britain, but there's a lot of people that are not of Britain in Britain. Like they're not, they're living here, but they're from various different parts of the world. There's already been like oil strikers happening. There's going to be more. It's like,
but considering only the issues that are happening in Britain to the native British is already enough to create riots, because people are very angry. Not just because of colonialism in the past, but because the quality of life is.
They're stooping to very low levels, like in my opinion, because I've been ranting about this, like about a lot of things, but the fact that they were even blackmailing us, like that's what they were doing. They were blackmailing us to get the vaccination. They were like sitting in a room being like, oh, what's the Brits like to do? Oh, well, they like to go on holiday. They like to go to nightclubs. They like to go and do this. Oh, let's just take all of that away from them unless they get this vaccination. That's basically what it was. Like, oh, you cannot travel to this country until you get the vaccination. That to me was pure flipping blackmail. Like, totally. And I was just like, so that's like a form of abuse. It's like I was just kind of like, when I went into it, I was just like, wow, like we are getting so manipulated. It's crazy. And then the cost of living, the fuel prices, we're blaming Russia because of the fuel prices and all this other stuff. It was just like, this is pure nonsense. Because I seen what COVID was to begin with, in my opinion, because for years they were saying that this world was overpopulated, and then out comes this virus, and then there's the struggle on our NHS as well, and then there's going to the, I said to my friend when I was ranting, I was like, mark my words, like they're going to start charging us for our healthcare like America. And I think they've already been speaking about that. Like that'll be another thing that like the people are not going to like. And yeah, there's going to be, they're going to make some serious moves, and they're already making serious moves even with my own situation. I know how much pressure they're just putting on me. So I know it's not just me that's getting that pressure. Like it's going to be everyone. So there's I definitely feel in my veins that something is going to happen. And I think it's meant to. In a way, not that I like it to happen, but I think it's meant to, because I think that's the only way things are going to change.
It's meant to? Yeah, it's meant to.
Yeah, it's meant to happen.
I was receiving these messages of what we are living 20 years ago.
Yeah.
And at that time, I didn't know why the heck I was receiving those type of messages. Because that was like, what? Really? Why is gonna happen? Why all that crap is gonna happen? It sounds very apocalyptic.
Yeah.
Then I was receiving confirmation from different channels that I was meeting in the path, and now we are in it.
Yeah.
And so if it's meant to happen, I think I would really recommend to people to start understanding the reality that way, because in that way you do what you need to do without offering resistance. Because when I check with certain channels, they say the Third World War is just being postponed by many of you that don't want to understand, who don't want to understand that this is meant to happen.
Yeah.
So as you don't understand it, you put all the energy that you have to prevent it. And as you want to prevent it because you think that it's bad with no reason, but that's it. The thing is being postponed. It's being postponed by your own control.
Yeah.
But if you all surrender and understand that all of this is meant to happen, before in the channeling, say, this entity that talked through me, who I don't even know who is, say that we know that it's tough, we know that it's difficult. It's very difficult for you to accept that this is meant to happen. But in order for you to start from scratch, you need to dissolve what's been created.
Yeah. Because I was speaking about this, but I actually do feel like we are already in the middle of a war right now. Like, I think ever since COVID started, we've that was a worldwide thing.
War is not only tanks and pistols and guns.
No, we've advanced, and like that's what I was saying. I was like, we've already advanced from when World War II. Like, it doesn't always have to be guns. They've got like bloody viruses that they can put all over the world, and like other things that can completely destroy our planet.
And psychological weapons as well.
Yeah.
The way they pass information through movies,
Mental.
Documentaries, all psychology is the most powerful weapon.
Yeah, and I said this to you last week because like I don't really follow the news, and the news just keeps on popping up on my social media, like in all platforms. The news is coming up, and I'm like, well,
it's
why
like
is this? I don't follow them.
We avoided televisions. And because they know that we are avoiding television, they now put it on the platforms.
Yeah, they're putting it on our social, because I don't follow any of that, and it's just
in your nose, like eat it.
Yeah, they're putting it in our faces, and I'm like, wow, like where's this coming from? Because I'm not following any of those channels, and they're everywhere, and no matter how many times I say I'm not interested, I don't want to see this anymore, it just keeps on popping up more and more and more.
And when you click, I don't want to see. They even ask you why you don't want to see it. It's like, what? That is showing you that they have an interest in you eating that information, and they wonder why you will reject. It's just so dark.
Yeah, it is. It's getting put in our face, like. Through different avenues. It's crazy when you don't want to.
And that's why we need to react.
Yeah.
That's why we need to say it's okay.
I'll do what I can do. I don't have to overwhelm my system, myself. I'm going to do what I can do. And that's it. Doesn't need to... That things that we are preparing to, okay, I might not know that just tomorrow, but will give time for me to understand what is going to happen. And in the meantime, I'm gonna just enjoy Shetland, enjoy Southampton, and do our best from here. No?
Yeah, I think that's why I feel like I've got these ideas, and like you said, when we get these ideas, you feel like, oh, it has to be done now. But that was going back to me saying that I want to travel. Yes, I do want to plan another trip, and yes, I do want to move, but there's still that part of me that's like, just hold on a little minute. Like, so that's why I feel if I am going to do it, it's going to be like a last minute decision whether I go somewhere or not, because I don't know, like, I mean, nobody knows what's going on in a month's time. Like, everything could have changed. Like, we already know that we're constantly evolving the whole time, within weeks, months, years. It's crazy. So me planning something for maybe going somewhere in 2-3 months time, I might completely change my mind. Or maybe it doesn't resonate with me, or maybe I can't go there for some reason.
The trust relies in, if you are not there now, there is a reason. There is a reason, and it's not bad. It's not, oh shit, why am I stuck here? It must be something bad that is going on. Or why am I still here? It might be something wrong with myself that I haven't done yet. We have all these tendencies to blame.
We have the senses.
Something, and often it's ourselves. It's like, maybe I might not be doing something right. Instead of saying, I'm doing what I can do in the best way that I can and I intend to, and that is enough.
It's just
because there is this thing, I want to travel, I want to be with these projects, I want to,
There's something, like, I have spoken to other people about this, and I definitely do feel like there's loads of people on the sidelines waiting, and that's where I feel like I am at. But like I'm not like hiding myself, but then I do feel like we've all I was having this conversation, it's like we've all been called to go inward and to heal our stuff, because that's the only way. And I think the more, like, I mean, I see myself, like, from when I started this healing journey to like the changes and everything that's happened within me just from starting this healing journey. Like, so imagine what it's going to be like when I keep on peeling back those layers. So like, it's like we know that we're meant to be doing something, but then I also know, especially last year, I had so much like drive, or over this past couple of years, I had so much like drive, being like, yes, I'm going to do this, but then I'm like, and then it's like, no, you've got to heal, you've got to heal, you've got to heal, and then you've got to deal with like your daily life as well. So there is things on the horizon. there is things on the horizon, but I do feel like we've all collectively been called in to heal, but then at the same time, I think we've all been in our little hermit modes for long enough at the same time. We need to like stand up and revolt now.
Woof.
Yeah. And I was having a conversation about the schooling thing as well, because it's very true about the homeschooling, because like that's another force that you have to deal with as well, because like in this country, if you don't put them into school, then or they don't do certain kind of curriculums, then you get prosecuted. Like you can get prosecuted for not putting your child in school.
Christ.
Yeah, but
Yeah, I know.
that school curriculum has not changed since World War II.
The teachers are the first ones sending you some social workers to find out why you are not putting your child to.
Yeah, and then you get put into another system. So it's like you're like, I was speaking about like having to unprogram my mind from everything that I've learned in school, and the thought of me having to put my son back into that same system that hasn't changed since I've been in school, that hasn't been changed since like 60 flipping years ago, or however long, and having to put him in that same position does not feel good to me. But then me as a conscious parent, I can do the best I can for him, and just pray to God that the teachers are waking up as well. Like the teachers are, that's where I think our light comes, because like the light can awaken in a teacher. The light can awaken in all of us. So like I feel like, yes, the children might be going into school systems, but then we can do our part to consciously parent them as well. So like if they come back and say, oh, this, that, and that, then we have the discernment now. Whereas like if it was me when I was younger with my mum, like she'd be like, oh, that's just school, you know, like just listen to your teachers and do. But whereas if Jack came back to me and said, oh, I don't really agree with this, Mum, and I'd be like, I agree with you. If you don't think that's right, then you don't have to listen to it, you know, like I'll have his back. Whereas maybe when I was younger, then they'd be like, oh, just listen to your teachers, you've got to do what your teachers say. And like, whereas I wouldn't be like that. I would question it and ask questions. So I suppose the more parents consciously awake, and then hopefully the teachers are awakening too, but then they've still got to follow a stupid system that is completely outdated.
I'm getting this information, Melly, about you getting in contact to mothers in Glastonbury.
Yeah.
And asking them, what do they do in this situation? Because maybe these mothers have found the way, because they've been facing this for a while or for a long time.
Yeah, I did actually.
Maybe they have found already the alternatives, how they can escape from these forces that they try to put Jack only in one direction. I
did have a conversation with a lady when I was in one of those things, and she had a son it was actually the teacher, and I think, I don't know if he was home educated but he used to go into like summer camps and stuff, but it was like obviously like more, see, they have more of that kind of thing down there. They can have like little camps to take them into the woods and learn them about nature and stuff like that. So that's what, like, that was one of the things that I did see in Glastonbury, and I was like, I know Jack would love that. Like, he would love, because he comes up to me and he's like, I just love Mother Nature. And I'm like, I love being out in nature. And I'm like, for a 4-year-old, I just love him saying that, because I'm like, and I don't want that being taken away from him, because he loves it. And when your school and all this other homework and all this bollocks. Yeah, and it's like, I would love to, that's where Shetland's facilities don't, we don't have that kind of thing up here. We've got maybe like a Christian youth camp and things like that, but I don't feel that is a good place to put him.
I'm not sure what is worse.
Yeah, I know.
And I will ask this this couple that I know here in Southampton. He's French and she's from somewhere in Africa, and they don't take the children to school, none of them.
No.
I will ask them what they do to avoid the pressure from the dark forces.
Yeah.
Because they were, every time I ask them, no, it's her mother does it. Her mother is teaching them. Now I'm not sure if her mother, one of her degrees is teaching, and maybe by showing that to the social worker, whoever is support worker, whatever. I think it's the social worker who deal with that. So
yeah, that's what happens. I think if you don't put them into school, then
they send you.
The social work gets involved. Yeah,
get involved and do like an assessment to find out why you are not putting your child into school. And
then they'll probably go, oh, this girl's crazy, and go and try and put me on tablets or put me in a loony bin. You know.
And I have heard situations where the social worker is a very open-minded person.
Yeah.
Like us, and they just sign the assessment as that's good. I mean, that the child can be at home and nothing wrong is there. Let's see. Let's investigate more about this.
Yeah, it's just.
I think it's a very important thing to do research, because we are helping Jack, but we are helping so many children if we do that. We are helping so many mothers that might be in a very similar situation. So
maybe that's something that I'm supposed to create up here. I wish.
I was feeling that love. I was feeling that, but I wanted it to come from you.
Yeah.
So what my guides make me is to express the information, so that you get already the opportunity is there. The opportunity is there. But yeah, it cannot be taken like, if it's taken like, oh my God, another thing to do, is gonna be heavy. It's gonna be like more like pushing you down. But if you take it like that, like it's better to do some research and do something about it than stay submissive and to be passive about this reality that's going on, and it's affecting my boy. So
I truly believe that things are happening, because I do, like, I have a friend that does like Reiki, and I know she has like, I mean, she's on like her own healing as well. Like she actually inspires me because she's like so open. And but I do know that she's gone into like office departments, like where people are like sitting behind a desk, and she's done like a mindfulness class and done Reiki on them. And she has been in with because she puts it on her social media, she's been in with the nursery teachers that like Jack goes to at this moment. So like there's obviously been like group sessions, and it's like more mindfulness and meditation and kind of like Reiki infused things for the teachers. So I get that is a change, but then it's the system that's not changing, because I do feel like people are more open to that kind of thing. Up here, like she's done it in a few office places, and they've all like said like how brilliant it was, and there is more more and more awareness. And if people are finding it, and maybe that's just been their like first time, then they're going to want more of that good feeling. And there is more. It's slowly happening. I can see it happening. But my point of the matter is, yeah, maybe those teachers are doing their steps to be balanced in an alignment, but they're still in a system. Like they still have to follow a system. So it's really like the system. If we could like get into the school system, and instead of them doing say PE once a week, or like they maybe do PE maybe 3 times a week or 2 times a week, I don't know. But if we could get into like one of those slots that they've got PE, and teach kids how to meditate or do some kind of mindful practice, I definitely feel like that would be beneficial. But it's breaking that system. We need more consciousness in the school. I would be happy if, and I don't think I'm the only parent that would say that, because it is happening. It's happening in schools around the world. But Britain is so far behind that they're not teaching kids how to tune into their own bodies.
Yep.
And that's nonsense.
And that affects the entire life of any human. Any human. That's why it's so important to do something about it, because otherwise we will be repeating the same painful path.
Yeah, exactly.
And
and I know people that take their kids to like sound bowl healings, and then there's even a lady up here that does mother and baby sound bowl healing like sessions, like. So it's slowly happening up here, like where they're getting the kids more involved. Or there's like baby yoga as well. So there's like mums are taking their babies to yoga and things like that. So it's slowly changing, but that's the only after COVID. I think that stuff has started happening. Like it's only a couple of years that I would say that Shetland's been getting a bit more mindful, or being more openly mindful about things. Maybe they've like all been kind of like mindful, but they're bringing their ideas into the public, more into the public. So yeah.
it takes things here takes a long time, like we said before, a long time to change, and sometimes they take so long that people don't attempt to make a move, because sometimes it feels like things are not going to change because they are changing so slow. But the thing is that things, and this is something I was getting whilst you were talking, whatever contribution that you make, even with a thought, is changing things.
Yeah.
So whatever you do in that direction of helping children or raise awareness, that is the changing. But the changing, once again, we are talking about the change of thousands of years. We've been in one.
And I feel like the more consciously aware the parents are getting, because there's still ones that aren't. And I've noticed like a difference in Jack's attitude, like when he's been playing with certain kids, and then he's come and said, like, he doesn't say things immediately to me, but like he will openly say things. Like, it's usually when he's going to sleep, and he'll say something like, oh, something happened at nursery today, and then I'm like, well, what happened? And then he was like, well, Mary shouted at this other girl because she kept on ruining what we were playing with. And then I was like, well, maybe she wanted to play too. And then he said, yeah, but Mary said that she couldn't play with us. And then I was like, well, that wasn't very nice. And then I was like, well, how did you feel about that? And then he was like, well, I didn't like it. And then I was just like, so I was trying to teach him his own mind. So I was like, so if you felt that you didn't feel that that was right, Jack, then don't copy anybody else. Like, I was like, if you feel that that is not right, what she said to that girl, then don't copy her, don't follow her. Like, just like, if you feel that that was mean, then go and do something about it. Like, it's, you have to, like, then, and like, kids are so impressionable as well. Like, it's, they follow and copy what they see a lot, and trying to get them into their own minds and make their own decisions when they're seeing other kids doing something. Because I tried to turn it around on him, and I was like, well, how would you feel if that girl was you, and that girl said that to you? How would you feel? And he was like, I wouldn't like that. And I was just like, no. And I was like, what do you think that is? And then he was like, I think it's bullying. And then I was just like, yes, it is bullying. And I was just like, do you want to be a bully? And then he was just like, no. And then I was just like, okay, that's fine. I was trying to like make him like process his feelings and just put him on the right track to like use his own mind. But like, kids, they copy so much, and yeah, it's they're
important. That's super important, because otherwise we do that later on. Many adults who still do that, and instead of taking a different direction, they feel awkward inside, but they still proceed with that reality and follow others. When we need to stop and say, hold on, why I'm feeling weird? Maybe I don't feel comfortable being part of this. Maybe I should go. And that's your way. You don't have to fight anyone. You don't have to create a conflict. Just don't be part of that. Don't be part of that. A lot of people say, yeah, but I don't feel like talking and saying. Okay, don't say, but just don't be part of that.
No, exactly.
If you feel that you can contribute with something without violence, and that is building something positive for for the whole people who are creating that, mention it. But if you don't feel like you can do that, you don't feel like you have to follow.
No,
You don't have to
exactly.
follow. And that's something that happens
All the time.
all the time in every sector. In every sector where people are interacting with each other. This is something so important, so important. Because we didn't have someone with that awareness who could tell us how important that is, so that you don't make the mistake, because in a way it's a mistake, because you are hurting. You are hurting. You don't want to hurt, but you are hurting.
Yeah.
You are being punished.
Children can be brutal sometimes. Like they're very honest, and they will say what, like, I mean, in a way I feel like some like adults should still be like children, but like we have more attachment to emotions and attachment to the words that we speak. So in some ways I feel like, oh, why can't we be a kid and just say exactly what's on our minds without even thinking the impact of those words. But they can be brutal. Like, I've heard it in the nursery with like some of the kids, just when I've gone to pick Jack up, and the things that they say, I'm like, whoa. He's like, that's brutal. Like, and they're just saying it to another kid, and I'm like, why are you saying that? Like, it gives me the like feeling in my stomach going, wow. There's this like, and it's like, and then you get the protective mom thing, because I'm like, I hope nobody's saying that to my son, because I don't know what I'm going to feel about that. But they can. Yeah, and
we all
they learn off other children. They learn off other adults.
We learn from each other.
Like,
we learn from them. They learn from them. In all directions, we are learning. And I think adults need to learn from them, and they need to learn from us. And this is what has been in our face all the time. That this is not only one sector of humanity or one age. From this age to this age, we need to treat children this way or this. This is not like that. It's all the time. All the lifespan of a human is for learning and exchange views and ways and improve what we can improve. That's what we are doing, I think, as a species.
Yeah, that's why I always say about Jack. He's like, as much as I'm his mother, like, he is an equal to me. Like, I don't see myself as like this hierarchy that's like, you've got to listen to everything that I have to say. And in a way, I see him as my teacher, because he reflects back on me, like, where I might improve things, if you know what I mean. Like, I do, like, I see him as like my teacher sometimes, where I'm kind of like, and a lot of the times it's like when I should connect back into my inner child, because maybe like I'm taking life a bit too seriously or something, and then he comes in and he's like doing all this like funny stuff, and I'm like, Jack, just like, okay, but then I'm being like in total serious mode, and then I'm like, why am I being so serious? Why can't I just go and like laugh? And, you know, so, like, he teaches me to be more in touch with my fun childlike side, I think, as well. He's definitely connected me back into my inner child a good few times.
Yeah, it's definitely arranged.
Yeah.
Your existence in Earth was totally arranged. And when it's not a child, it's a good friend when it's not a good friend, it's somebody else who is there and is arranged so that we reflect in each other, we understand each other, and despite the fact that we can get lost anytime, and follow that perseverance on mistaking and following a pattern where we fall again and again. We also made sure that we had somebody there to remind us something that we might forget in the turbulences, in the storm. So yeah,
they're just pure love, aren't they? Like kids are pure love, and animals, they are like,
yeah. I was going to say Brujita is in my case, and also friends and brothers and sisters who you are practically every week reflecting things like if you were talking through me. And it's so refreshing to feel that is there, that super connection, that super part of me is reflecting there. It's so important.
it is.
And it's so important also to deliver these messages and feel that this is not only me saying something because I say so. It's because we are feeling this as a collective.
A collective, yeah.
Yeah, it's not coming from one source. It's coming from many sources, and that's why I love feeling myself fully open to anyone who wants to write me a private message, because those private messages are always giving me a sense of what is going on. So I don't watch news, but I do read the messages that I receive from people, and that give me what I need to hear and understand. Where are we? What can we do about it? Often when I'm telling them of channeling what I would do if I was them, and I receive channel messages, I get those messages for myself. When I finish the conversation, I say, that was for me as well. That was for me.
It's always like
It's
always for us as well.
It's always. That's what my higher self says. It's not sometimes. It's always.
Yeah,
it's always you reflecting in you constantly.
That I've had a few conversations this week where I've been like speaking and giving people like my opinion or like my view of things, or maybe that was like channeled through me as well, but like all the time, like I'm kind of like, yeah, take your own advice, Melissa. Take your own advice, Melissa.
And
you can tell people everything, and then you're like, am I being a fraud because I'm not even taking that advice myself? You're very good at giving it out.
And my higher self say that's why you never have anything to lose when you are giving your unique and personal opinion. You are contributing in all directions to the whole existence. That's what I say. So it's in all direction. They were showing me images like we are like reflection, like shining stars that go on and off, like, and all those bright shine impulses or frequencies. They are making us understand more what is all of this.
Yeah.
Where are
I
we
know
going?
it's like discernment as well. Like, but
Discernment.
I even said that to my mum, because although I'm very aware that I have to fill my own cup, but like I've had a few experiences this week where I've just literally bumped into people, or I've had conversations, and it's like they just open up to me. Like, I don't need to say anything, they just open up. And then and then you've told me like about so many things in like 5 minutes, and I'm like, okay. Okay. And then like I said to my mum, I was like, I must just be one of those people that people just feel like comfortable just opening up and just being vulnerable. Like, that's why that's. And then like I've had people coming to me and they've been like, I feel like I can only talk to you because you're the only one that understands. And then I'm like, okay, but I'm sure there's other people that understand. But like, I've like, and to be honest, even before that, I've always been one of those people. And then I had one of those moments like on Sunday. That's what I was like. I've had it like a couple of times over this month, being like, I'm always the one that people come to for advice. But I was like, but when I'm going through it, I don't ask anybody for advice. I'm like, I sit and I'm like, okay, like who do it? Like, and I know I've got you to. I'm working through that as well, because like I know that I do have people, but I've got this habit of me being that that independent shape, being like, it's okay, I'll get through this on my own, that kind of thing.
Yeah, we have that
Programming.
It's a programming. Is there anything you are doing wrong in doing that? No, but it's not beneficial as it can be.
Yeah.
Because it's like having a huge, amazing door open to opportunities that we are not taking.
Yeah, and
Why?
you have
Because
that.
something is telling us, no, I will be the warrior. I will be the one facing this battle.
I think people just expect you to be like, because you're like, I mean, I'm always late anyway, but then when I'm going through like something and I'm maybe not so high vibing, then people don't know how to react to that because they just expect me to be happy and stuff. And then when it was actually my friend phoned me on the Sunday when I was having a bad day as well, and he was like, what's wrong with you? And then I was like, I don't know, I'm just going through something right now. And then like we talked for like a while, and then I did say at the end that I was just like, thank you for like just listening to like all of my shit. Basically, it was just like, because I felt better. I felt like I just kind of like got it all, like I was just venting about everything. It's like the world and everything. And I was like, okay, feel better now. But it's usually the other way around.
Yeah, but the reminder there is you are also human.
Yeah.
And no matter how much we learn and we advance in our process, the rest are still part of you and part of the process. And like we say, when we are helping others, we are also helping ourselves. But if we let ourselves to be helped, we are giving chances for others to grow. The same way that we grow when we help, when we give opportunities to people to help us, we are helping them to grow. and to feel empowered, and to feel that they are efficient, that their love means something. If we don't give chances to people, we are going to put this tag in ourselves of light worker. I am the light worker. I think that tag of you as a light worker just giving, I think is very limited.
It is, yeah.
I think we need to open the door to also allow ourselves to be helped, so that we can promote the whole collective to feel also that when they use love towards someone, that they can do something about it. But if they don't see, if we don't give them opportunities, they won't see themselves reflected. We are giving when we let, wow, I'm seeing it so clear. As they are showing me, it's like we are blocking the process by not allowing ourselves to be helped. Because why we do it? Because we feel good that we have power to help others, and that gives us a sense of empowerment to continue giving. When we don't give the opportunity to someone, to a brother or a sister, we are neglecting their evolution in some ways. So whenever we take full awareness that giving is as powerful as receiving, and receiving is as powerful as giving, there will be balance. But the thing is that for many thousands of years we've been giving. So maybe the issue is where we are not looking. We are looking everywhere, but we are not looking at the thing that maybe is the most, the scariest.
Yeah, very true.
It's the scariest to just surrender and to let yourself be helped by someone, isn't it?
Yeah.
I can feel this in all my sessions. This is not a question, despite the fact that they know entirely inside that we have met before in a previous lifetime, that we are so connected in the soul level. Despite of all of that, there is always a lot of fear, and I can feel that.
And that's the heart thing again, the heart chakra. Being, maybe we're all like going about saying we're light workers and our hearts are fully open. But if they were fully open, giving and receiving wouldn't be a problem.
It wouldn't be a problem.
No.
So what does it mean? That we are still wounded.
Yeah.
That we are still, if we are healed, those who are healed, they still need to maybe remove the fear to be wounded again or to be hurt.
Yeah.
Some of them, they done already the job, but they still have fear. Some others, they still have wounds, so they need to heal. So that's why things cannot happen.
I've had this conversation with myself like a few times where I've been like, okay, I've gotten myself out of a dark hole, and I'm like, I've gotten myself out of that dark hole, and I've said to myself, I've healed that. I'm open to love. Like I do not fear love. But then I've had that conversation being like, what if I did open myself up? Like, what if I did really open myself up to like another opportunity, and something happened there? And I've had these conversations with myself, and I'm like, but I've evolved. So I was just like, but I've like evolved, I've grown, I've healed. And as I've already said to you, this healing process gets better and better and better. So like, if something comes up that like triggers a rejection wound or an abandonment wound or maybe causes me some kind of like heartbreak, and like I'm using my fingers there, that means that I am not putting my energy into me. That's where it's meant to be. But I've like had this conversation feeling like if I did open myself and what if this happened, how would I react to it? But I think that I would react differently
Every time, love.
every time.
It's
because
very
I feel
difficult
it's like
to assimilate this because you think that it's going to be the same that a previous
it's not going to be
experience.
the same. Though. It's not going to be the same.
Never. It's never the same, even if they look similar. No, I've been repeating the same pattern. No, you've been repeating the same pattern and learning from repeating that same patterns, learning how to overcome that same pattern in different ways. And that tells you that you're not the same because you have taken new solution, new ways of seeing the same reality.
And I've noticed in my healing journey how things are still coming up, but like I'm rapidly getting through them. Whereas it used to be like when I first started, it would be like a whole week of just like, oh my God, are we still doing this? And then, but now like when things come up, it's processed. It's so much easier. It's
super
like
fast.
It's super fast. So like that's what I was saying to myself. I was like, how would that situation be any different? Because I was like, that's just healing as well. So like I know how quickly I can come back to my center. So like it's like, and then that's a fear in itself, because if people have had experiences like that or traumas like that before, and you say that you're open to love, you're not really fully open to love, because you're like, oh, I don't really know about this, because like I'm quite happy in my own little bubble right now, and I don't want to like give myself, leave me alone.
And that's why we create that capsule. This week I've been very, very conscious about this, about letting any opportunity to take effect.
Just let it flow, like
Somewhat.
before your mind takes over and creates stories that is not even there.
And instead of creating a story and take an opinion about doing that, just go. I've been going to play basketball without thinking twice about the amount of work that I still have on the table to do. So I've been, opportunity that that life gives me to interact. I interact, and I don't process it anymore. I don't want to process it. I just want to live 3D as well. Because we are here, and because we cannot ignore that we are here.
No, we still have lives. Like that's where the balance is. It's like we still have to function in the 3D
and enjoy
it. But
enjoy. This is the biggest. Let's say the peak of the pyramid is the most powerful part. Is to understand that life is not to deal with it, is also to enjoy and reach that joy, because we know that we can reach that joy, because we manifest that joy from time to time. So when we do so, it's like, maybe I can do this more often, or maybe.
And when we are in a state of joy, and we're doing, it's like the more fun we have and the more joy we feel, the faster our manifestations come to fruition. We're always like thinking that manifestation is like really, really hard. And we're like, oh, we've got to work towards this because this is what I want to, like, yeah, you have to put work into it, but you've got to have fun with it too. Like, manifestation is about using your imagination and not having any limits to your imagination. So it is like being a child with like this amazing imagination that like just thinking that anything is absolutely possible. And you can do that. You can write that and be like, oh yeah, I've got all this, but and then you go back into your serious world and you're not having any fun and you're not having any joy. Do you think that manifestation is going to come? No, it's not, because you're not having fun and you're not having joy. No, the more fun you have, the faster it comes.
Totally.
Yeah.
And the fun is not the only thing that is happening. It's everything that happens when we are having fun. Is so much. We are working in transforming and changing so many things. The thing is that we still relate having fun with no doing the job, with no working. Having fun is to be lazy. Having fun, you don't evolve from having fun because you are wasting your time. When it's completely the opposite. When you are having fun, you are processing everything so fast. You are healing fast.
Yeah.
Wow, so many things that are so full of goodness happen so fast. And sometimes so fast that we don't even give credit to what just happened.
Yeah, exactly.
Just think that time passed so quickly that you didn't even have time to appreciate what goodness came out from having that fun.
It's time is just rapidly shifting as well. That's one thing that I have noticed this last little while too. It is this going so fast.
Super fast.
It's crazy.
It's incredible. It's like every week when I'm typing the date of the counter, it's like, oh my god, another month. How can be this? Oh my god. And at the same time, when we meet, at the same time when we meet every week, it feels like we met like a month ago, and it's so like weird. It's like long time and then very fast. And simultaneously, we have.
Yeah, it's weird when it's when you've got these spaces. It's like we look forward to like coming to them every week, and it seems to take like absolutely ages to get to Thursday again. And it's like my breathwork class, because they do like three sessions in a month, and then we have like an integration week. So like there's 1 week in the month that we don't do it. And that just seems like an absolute lifetime until we're doing it again. It's just like, I was like, oh my God, I'm so glad I'm back here. Like, where have you been?
I needed that moment. Moment of reflections. So many things happen. So many things where the soul is revealed. Is literally naked and expressive, and it's so wonderful to come to this point and share, and we are talking about this all this session tonight, that despite of knowing how wonderful this is, we still choose to be as much time as possible in our little egg
Or
I know. I feel like I've been really like high. Like I've been, although my sleep's been all over the place. I feel like I've put so much into myself
oh yeah,
this week. Like just listening to myself, but then the more and more I've been vibrating higher, it's like my outside world has been trying to. Not everything. Like things have worked out and things like that, but like it's like the work aspect that I'm in right now. That's just been shifting, changing. Like when I think I'm doing one thing one day, then I'm not doing it, and then like there's like when I think I'm only doing one thing, like today for instance, then I was doing three things, and like it was messing about with my like my timetable, and I was just like you're trying to trigger me, and I was like I'm not letting you trigger me. Not letting you trigger me, and then it's just like things are getting added on and taken away, and I'm like, what's going on here? Like, I need some structure.
I need to stop. I need to stop everything.
No, but like it's getting to that point where it's like I'm very, very close to just saying fuck off. Basically, I've had enough of this now. Bye. See you later.
I've been feeling knocked off in my sleep because of that. It's like a sort of natural system that switch me off to stop the process of having to take responsibility about everything that is happening in the world.
I know that's what I feel like. I mean, even the other, like last night, I put Jack to bed and I was wide awake. Like I was wide awake, and then I was gone. I was wide awake though. Like I actually woke up and it was like 3:30, 4 o'clock this morning, and I was just like, I sat with myself, but I was like, I was wide awake. How did I go to sleep? I don't know how I went to sleep.
It's impossible. We make believe ourselves that it's impossible, and suddenly you are gone. Sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes we create this belief. We are observing the way I'm saying that there is no way that I can go to sleep anymore, so I need to be awake the whole day, and it's only 3 a.m. and then sometimes that happens, that I don't get back to sleep, but there are other times, like you say, that I truly believe that I won't be able, and then suddenly I'm gone. And wow, I think we are, as we experience all of this, we are transcending the mind control. Yeah, we are experiencing this to transcend our own mind control, that things are specifically in one way. When things are constantly changing, and whatever you believe about what is the usual thing that happens to you, it doesn't mean that everything ahead of you is gonna be the same. And reality is constantly changing and telling us no, it doesn't follow always the same pattern. It doesn't follow. Things might change. You might fall asleep or you might not. So just give yourself the chance to surrender and don't worry about whether you're going to fall asleep or not. Just do something if you feel like doing something, or create something, or just go for a walk. Or for example, when the other day this guy Gabriel sent me a text, are you free to go to play some basketball? Honestly, I have so much work to do, but I say I deserve to go, and
and we gave to each other a wonderful time, and that time that you are sharing joy and fun playing basketball is such a huge amount of help, self-love, and love for the other person also, because you are creating that space for him also and for yourself, and everybody wins. Everybody wins. Everybody benefit from these encounters of joy, and yeah. Isimi shama uma sini rama kaure netati erene kauruma sini yarana kauna deti siyarama buruku tarada esara no moro ko hota makuro toto samara ka huturu matata shupapatana. Release control. Release control and surrender. We still have this programming that make us believe that you have control of things. The thing is, one thing, what they are telling me is, one thing is to be awake and aware, and another thing that you confuse often is to control what is gonna happen next, or feeling like there is a need of being monitoring every single thing to see what you can do best and don't make a mistake, or don't make yourself feel that you're wasting your time. So do something productive that at some aspect of yourself makes yourself feel like, oh yeah, I did it good. Oh yeah, I did a good job. All of that is not, is connected to ego as well. So we are still transcending so many things, so many things, so many things we are still transcending, experiencing again, so that we can discern, that we can make things many other ways, and give a space to more joy. There is so much more. And release the fact that not the fact, the belief that joy is equal to waste of time. That is very a huge programming in society. That is constantly being reminded, like, oh, you're not, you're taking time off for yourself, or to do something with someone.
Sorry, my son woke up.
No, it's okay, love. I sense, somehow I sense it.
He woke up and then he was just like, Mommy, you're the best. And I was like, thanks. And he was like, everybody loves you. And then I was like, thanks. And he went back to sleep again.
Wow, wow, wow. Super connected. Super connected to what we are saying. Wow.
I know.
Wow, wow.
I know.
This is mind-blowing, really.
Bless him.
Bless him infinitely. Wow.
Okay.
So we are giving reflections of ourselves, of what we do, in bracket, wrong, in those traps that we keep following. And then there is this divine message saying, you are the best. Everybody loves you.
Yeah.
My God, what a powerful message.
I know.
To put the cherry on the top of everything that we've been saying. Thank you, Jack. Thank you. Thank you for being so great. Isishamakurumata sumaramapumaka Senetana kuate wata wati samamaku tuana. One day you will be open and ready to receive these messages, because for a long time children have been telling you these messages and you wouldn't give any credit. You wouldn't give the importance that you are right now sharing, because if you are not ready to receive, the child can be saying there the most beautiful message coming, the purest message coming from the divine.
Yeah.
For us it's like, what? Just go back to sleep, son.
Yeah, I know.
They're
They're super switched on. Like, and that, like, what, like, I mean, he says things like that to me, like, all the time, but, like, that's the first time he said, like, because that's where, like, I was, like, I clicked on, because he was, like, it was kind of half asleep, sleepwalking. And then he was like, Mommy, you're the best. And I was like, thank you, you're the best too. And then, but he usually goes, I love you. But he said, everybody loves you. And I don't think he's ever said that to me before. And I was just like, okay.
Powerful love.
Yeah. I was just like,
again, so in alignment to everything we are saying.
Yeah.
Just to tell you that bit that sometimes we need to just do whatever we want. Do what we want with certainty. Do whatever we want with courage. Do whatever we want. Because anyway, Mom, everybody loves you.
Yeah.
Super. Wow.
And I got that message as well today about, because I was speaking about my mum, I think, like, just to somebody. And then they were like, oh, I see her posting on Facebook. You can tell that she just absolutely adores you. And then I was like, like that. I was like, a bit overbearing sometimes, but yeah. But then I was like, oh, yeah, she does. But, like, I think when you're so, like, you're used to it, you know, and you're like, yeah, okay, whatever, Mom, you know. But when you see it from somebody's out
to human, for some reason, when things is being said or is being shown, it's like we take off importance about what we receive from them. It's so sad. It's really sad. It's so many people, when the beloved person died, it's when they say fuck. It's when they realize how loved they were. So many people that I come across with, that they have someone that transcend. They have a massive awakening about how I was so stupid to don't see how much my father loved me, or a mother, or a brother, or whoever passed away.
It's true. Yeah,
and I think this is a huge thing to say to each other, to give more value to what we got. And I tell you this also from my mom,
and this
experience.
And this is like somebody that had not really, like, entirely sure, but, like, I know they had some kind of, like, childhood trauma involving their mum. Don't know any more about it, but, and that was coming from somebody that has obviously been on the other side, and then being like, you can see how much she adores you, and then I'm like, yeah, okay, right. But, like, you know.
And that is the reason, love, why when you are pointing at something that you are doing wrong,
Mhm.
It hasn't happened many times, but sometimes when you have shared something, there
Yeah.
were a few times that you were feeling uncomfortable by saying that about her.
Yeah.
Because inside emotionally it creates a conflict,
Yeah.
because I love her infinite, but on the other hand I can discern that she's doing this and that goes against me and my evolution.
Yeah.
So it's tough to deal with these uh, emotions that goes in different directions.
Yeah, I can see it from like different perspectives, like where she's coming from as well. It's like I know she loves me and she just looks out for me and she does. Yeah, she like. I mean, I was saying that because if I didn't have her, like she is important to me, and I do tell her that because like although me and her have our arguments. I mean, she's the. I have this thing with her now because I'm like, you're a Scorpio and I'm a Pisces, and like we don't match. You and your sting in your tail and stuff. And, but
What can
yeah,
be
like
true, what can be true, but
yes,
doesn't take
yeah.
away all
No,
the
but
other
like
things that.
she does do a lot for me, and if I didn't have her, I wouldn't have any time to myself, like to just be Melissa and just be Melissa and like not be mom for a little while, you know.
Yeah, that's so important.
Yeah.
So important because I have I know many moms who don't have that time.
No,
And they
yeah.
really get into madness. They don't know
Yeah.
what to do anymore because they don't have that specific time for recapacitating or reflex.
No, we pour everything that we have into our children. I think like they, as much as they give us, like they are our teachers and they are our testers at the same time. We do put a lot of energy into them, and to not have that free time to fill your cup up, that would drive anybody mad. Right?
Yeah, literally. So straight away the message I get for these people who are in this situation is you need time for yourself. You need time for yourself. And then I put the example of my mother, who was a woman who didn't dedicate the time for herself. Yeah, all the time she used was for everyone else. And the last 5 years that she was feeling better is because she was taking time for herself.
Yeah, exactly.
So there is a big thing there with.
And I've seen that in my mum over this period. Well, she's going on more trips and she's going on, like she's just wanting to do more things, and then like that's something that like I've been like, are you okay? Like, what's wrong with you? Like, why, like, where are you going? Why are you leaving me? Why? But like, she is putting more into herself now, and like, and she should, because she puts a lot into all of us. Like,
you see, in the two directions, for you
yeah.
it's weird if she does it, and for her it's weird and she doesn't want you to go and travel.
Yeah.
So it's because the nature of the relationship is just I don't know. I think it's growing, it's healing, it's transforming, because we come from generations where love was confused with control for a long time, and now we are learning that you can be doing all your stuff, and that won't change a bit how much I love you.
Yeah.
Matakushana. Yeah. It's easy to say, but it's not easy to to take it to the reality.
I hope to God she watches this.
Senyamuru masate stanaku ahatun tanuma seni miyama kumate shamate abumbata hinaku ta wanatu anate shamaka tukata.
Yeah. But I feel like Jack's our little because like me and my mum's like, well, we have like our moments, but like Jack's our little peacemaker in the middle, you know, like he is because he loves his granny, and then I might be in a mood with her, and then he's like, when's Granny coming? And I'm like, Jack, I do not know. Like, and then he's like, I really want to see Granny. And I'm like, yeah.
When you maybe you feel like I don't want to see her in few days. Yeah.
Yeah. But he's like, he always says to me, he was like, I love my Granny. And then he was like, and I love you too. And then I'm like, yeah. I know. Like, so he's like the little I mean, if anything, like she's brought him up just as much as me. Like she's been my little lifeline. We've like both kind of shared the job, I suppose. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You are
just need to pull her up on a few things sometimes, because I'm like, don't say that to my friend.
That's part of the process of the learning. That's part of the process, but yeah, you are a team. The feeling I get in my chest is you are a team.
Yeah.
So every one of you has a few roles to provide and support. Nemete kaptumasa antatuma hatatun tetaku hene mekita makututun shamama. We are not meant to be seen all the time things from perspective. We live things intense so that we can come out, observe it and say, I learned this. And then you go intense and you come out again and you say, wow, yeah, I learned this, all of this. And we constantly do that. And still we feel that concentrating too much in one thing is negative. It's not negative. It's just about being aware that you can always come out from it. You can always. It's not that you are condemned. You are not being punished or forced to live the experience. No, you can come out. If you want, come out. Have a look.
Yeah.
Check what is going on. Give yourself some time to see it. But then go in aware that you are in learning and experiencing, and that is so easy to forget. Super easy, because you don't even know when you are in, and you don't even know when you come out. Well, you know when you see the understanding, the whole aha moment.
Yeah. My mum is my biggest teacher.
Oof.
I think she's my biggest trigger and my biggest teacher at the same time.
Yeah. Definitely she is.
Yeah.
And the figure of your stepdad. Is not there by accident neither.
No.
Oof, he's triggering.
I know, because I'm like, I don't usually easily get triggered by nothing.
It's the antithesis.
nothing, like, nothing bothers me, but them, yeah. They, like, as much as I try, I'm like, why is it still triggering me? It's like, yeah, it's like, I think I've lost the way in trying to convince them otherwise, if you know what I mean. I'm just like, okay, you do you, yeah, I'll do me. Don't stop me being me.
Exactly. I won't create any friction with you as long as you also allow me to be myself.
Yeah, I think so.
Be you and let me be me, and that sounds silly, but it's not.
No, and it's hard for them to do as well.
Because for them it's hard.
Yeah.
For you it's easy, but for them it's not. For them it's a what? What is she? They don't even sometimes perceive it as something doable, something they can do.
No.
Sometimes they think that you are saying something that is from this world.
Yeah.
Until
it's like I was having a conversation.
You,
yeah.
And eventually they realize, oh my God, Nelly was right.
Yeah. I see it in my mum,
something.
she's changing. But even when, like, I've said to her about this job and, like, how I'm not happy with it and stuff like that, and she knows that I'm, like, she completely knows that I'm going down a different path, but she has no idea what the path is. Like, I'm not even quite sure if I know what the path is, but, like, I'm just trusting and going, and she's just like, well, and then she started looking at all this other jobs, being like, well, why can't you just do, like, you could do this, or you could do that, you're good at that, like, and I was like, you don't, like, I was like, I don't want to do that. I was like, I can do that, yeah, but I don't want to do that. And then she was just like, and she keeps on, like, saying other jobs. I was like, I want to work for myself. And she was just like, but doing what? And I was like, do you even know me? Like, do you know me? do you even listen to me? But she's so programmed. She's like, even my granny today, she was just like, listen, could you not do this? Could you not do that? If you're not happy, and then I'm like, I'm going to do my own thing. Okay. And I'm like, then, like, my granny knows when to, like, just, like, stop. But I'm like, I'm going to do my own thing. I'm working for myself. And then, or, like, maybe co-creating, I don't know. But
and they have, like, question marks, wondering that you are not giving anything specific, so it's not valid. No,
exactly. Yeah.
And I think come away in a bubble. We suffer as well.
Yeah.
That's why we are not patient enough to give ourselves time to let things manifest, because we don't validate that whatever is gonna happen is gonna be the best for us.
Yeah. Wow. It's not like I'm going to move from one thing to another thing that might be slightly different, but months down the line I'll be like, oh no, this is not actually what I want to do, like, because I knew that it wasn't what I wanted to do, so why have I gotten myself into this position after getting myself out of that position? You know, I know that the way that I want
to make we fear to make the wrong move as well.
Yeah. Wow.
When I keep receiving that there is never a wrong move.
No.
It's just one giving you another direction, but making that move has already experience. And that experience.
And every place you go to different people, and you don't know. That was another thing that I was reflecting on today, or the other day, when I woke up really early in the morning, was you don't realize the effect that you have on people. Like, it's because some people will come back and tell you, but like everybody that you've had in contact with, whether that was good or a bad situation that you've had to like get over in your traumas, like you don't know the impact of your light that's gone on to that person. So you just see them as like the same, and they're like, and maybe some people won't change, maybe some people are too engulfed in the darkness, but you don't, even you just having a conversation with somebody like last year, you don't know what that conversation, even if you think that hasn't gone into them, maybe 6 months down the line they were like, oh yeah, that girl told me that, remember, and then you start to investigate it more, and it's, you don't know the ripple effect that you're having on people half the time. And it's not that you're wanting recognition for it, but like that's something that if you are being the light, your light is being spread, you just may not know that it's being spread, or they might not see it
and
eventually.
we are somehow not seeing it, like you say.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
what is stopping us from seeing everything we are doing? That's the question to meditate for this week ahead. What is stopping me from giving some value to all the light that I'm giving to the world? And by understanding that just from what you do personally, you are changing also the world.
Your outer world, yeah. Because once you change your inner world, then your outer world changes.
So we know very much that resonates and that is true. Now, what is stopping us from experiencing such thing? That is important, very important. Yeah.
And you might not even have like any contact with that person, but they've seen, like maybe they've just seen you know a bit of your story, and then they're like, they probably just think, well, what is she doing? Because why is she like always so happy all the time? You know, like, like it could be something as simple as that, and you do not realize the effect that you're having. And it's not like an ego recognition thing. It's
it's a sense
you
of
are
awareness.
You are being the light, even if you are not aware of being the light. Like, you know that you are the light, but you don't know.
Recognize it.
Yeah.
Why we don't recognize our light? Because we have been in darkness for so long. And gradually we are recognizing who we are. That is so slow that we just lose our nerves sometimes.
I know. But we're all going through this. I know. We're all going through like this emotional roller coaster, I think, emotional and energetic roller coasters. Like, this year has been mental. Like, with the energies, it's been crazy mental.
I think people are getting a bit tired to hear we are experiencing powerful energies, and you might experience a roller coaster. And people say, I've been experiencing this since I came to Earth. It's nothing new. It's nothing. No, it's not. Because it doesn't cease. It doesn't stop. It's always an expansion. And it's a process that is ongoing.
It's getting,
It's always happening.
The energies is getting. I don't know if it's more that with the more energies that we're allowing into our bodies because we're freeing up space. And that's maybe why we've all been called to like do our own healing, because we're freeing up space for the energy and the light and the like the source to like flow through us. So the more we process, the more that things come up and the more that we heal, we are actually turning into, we're already energy anyway, but we're turning into like these massive like light bulbs. Like I don't know.
And that integration for many people is like we still hold into this belief that the download or the upgrade is like we get a beam of light and it's so pleasurable
and everything's so good. Yeah,
and it's so good. It's just heaven, and it's not. It's not like that. It's a tough process of integration. It's a tough process, and often we go in milliseconds. We go to the conclusion again that something might be wrong. Something must be wrong. No, maybe there is nothing wrong going on, and you are integrating new things that doesn't feel as you expect them to be. Because we expect an upgrade, it should feel like, oh, now I feel thousands of times better. You will feel thousands of times better, but maybe not as fast.
Immediately.
Not immediately.
No.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wow. We are
it's like
putting
even
a lot
sometimes
of things on the table here.
Yeah, it's like even sometimes like when we've done the light language groups, because we put so much of our energy into that, into ourselves and to the collective. We generate so much energy that like some days I will stay awake and I'm so buzzing with energy. I'm like, I'm so happy and I'm like, yes. But then there's times where I've been completely crashed out because we've generated so much energy. And then I've woken up in the morning and I'm absolutely exhausted. Like, I'm like, oh my God, do we have to do this today? Like, and by the afternoon, I'm wanting to just completely, like, crash. And it goes either way. Like, so some days I'm like, yay, like, full of energy. And then you do have the crash moment after that. But then sometimes I've done it and I've like literally not wanted to get out of my bed because I'm so tired. So yeah, it goes. I mean, and what we're doing is good, and we put all our like love and our intentions into it. But sometimes sometimes it can go either way. But that doesn't mean that it's a bad thing. It doesn't mean that. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They say whilst you were saying that, they say unless you experience it, you won't recognize why that happens with you. So you are going into experimenting why sometimes when you do a light service or a healing projection, why you feel afterwards sometimes great and sometimes really, really lie down. So unless we go through it, we won't find it out.
No.
We are experiencing, we are living, we are reflecting. You are saying things that happens to me, and that's why it makes me laugh so much. It makes me, it brings me a joy because that is really what happens. Now,
I know.
doesn't mean that is wrong.
No.
When I ask, they say no. How else you will know why that happens to you? Is it gonna be Michael who tells you, no, there are certain things that are not meant to be said by another entity and that we are meant to experience, because when we experience them, we integrate them. We don't take the information and retain the information for a while and then we forget straight away. When we experience, we are more capable to retain the learning from the experience. We keep it, we doesn't go. We are aware. It creates awareness. Experiencing creates awareness, not only an idea that comes and go. Masanaru kumata. And everything else is the same in life. If we block experiences, we are not letting ourselves to see what's going on or to integrate something that we might need to integrate.
Yeah, because there's some, like, cause sometimes I've woken up after our light language groups and then I'm like, how can I go and do this again on Friday? I'm like, how can you get up and do that? But I never feel bad. I feel drained and needing sleep, but I never feel bad. Like, I know what I've done is
just
good.
like wanting to be resting and cozy.
Yeah.
And self-loving is like wanting a continuation of self-love.
Yeah.
During a period. That's what I call a spiritual hangover. That's how I baptize this thing that happens to me from the moment one that I started these groups, and when I started sharing openly with people light languages. It's like, and there are sometimes in the light language group on Fridays, there are people who after 5 hours they still want more.
Yeah.
And I'm exhausted. I'm like, what? I mean, it's been 5 hours sat in this chair. So I'm not just being like this. See, it has been channeling, processing energy, assimilating, interpreting. And then, yeah, of course, you feel later on or next day, you feel exhausted. You feel like you've done a good job, but you might feel exhausted because in the 3D it still makes the body tired.
And then people ask you what you've been up to, and you're like, well, I've just been trying to make the world a better place. And
or walking in the supermarket and doing the shopping and somebody asking you something and you, what? And looking like with a face of, where am I? And it's, yes, what did you do yesterday for you to have such a hangover? I was trying to make this world a better place. And that sounds to them like this guy is in drugs. This guy who he believes he is.
He thinks he's Superman.
Yeah, he thinks that he is an X-Men. You are much more than that. On the eyes of the Creator. And that's why you don't cease to do that despite the fact that you feel tired. because
Yeah.
you know that what you are doing has a purpose.
Not just for the world, but like for
You,
us all. Yeah,
you
and
for
me.
yourself,
Yeah.
for Jack, for your mother, for your
Yeah.
father,
Yeah.
stepfather, for me, all the people I come in contact with, my sister, Brujita, benefit from that. Everything benefit from the plants in the kitchen. They benefit
Yeah.
from that.
I had my granny's dog over here, and my granny's away, so I have to like walk her dog. But my cousins were doing some work in her house while she was away, and the dog's completely devoted to my granny. Like, it's this little barky little thing. It was a Spanish rescue dog, but it had been mistreated, and my granny asked me if I could take the dog to mine, where she's never been. Like, she's been in here for like a cup of tea and stuff, but like she's never stayed. So I took my granny's jumper, and Jack was like all about it, but I was like, Jack, you need to remember that this like dog is like an old dog, and she's already out of sorts because she doesn't seem to eat that much. She's like a completely different dog, like when my granny's not about, and so I was like, just have a bit of discernment for her and just try and make it a bit comfortable for her. Easy enough saying that to a 4-year-old, but like she was like so shaken and wondering why she was here and like everything, and I started speaking light languages to her because I could literally feel her shaking, and I could feel her little heartbeat, and she was cuddling into me, which she doesn't usually do, and like she was just like, and I was just like speaking to her like in a very calm voice, being like, it's okay, like you're fine, like you're just staying here for like one night, and she was just so shaky, and then I started speaking light languages to her, and I had my hands on her, and I literally felt her heart just like slow down, like, and she was less panicky, so I was just like, I know that has an effect on, like, well, I already knew that, but like, I was like, my voice wasn't relaxing her, so I started speaking like light languages to her, and then she just completely like just calmed down. So every time she kind of got a bit nervous or a bit jumpy, then I just started speaking light languages to her, and then the whole morning that I had her in here, the next day she was just following me around, like her name's Shadow, but she was following me around like a little shadow, and then I was just like, okay, like you're my best friend now. Like, here we go. But yeah, like, so they recognize that language, like, and I've done that with like other animals. I have, like, when I've been out, like, I've spoken light languages to other animals, and they just seem to just know what I'm saying.
Yep.
Like, you can see it in their eyes.
Yeah.
That they know. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And if you have the chance to touch them, you feel how the
energy.
heartbeat and the energy, how it changes, and their
Yeah.
eyes change also. They
Yeah.
relax, and whilst you were saying that, I was feeling, why don't we give enough importance to that we are doing, for example, in what you are describing? And maybe in 10, 20 years, the humanity will be educated on the effects that they have towards animals. So that awareness is raising.
Yeah.
And if you go back in time just to our childhood, animals weren't treated the way that they are treated today.
No, definitely. And there's still some people that like. I mean, I've had a dog, but I must admit, like, I probably was one of those people too, because I didn't experience pets growing up. So when I seen people being so attached to their pets, I was just like, yeah, but it's just a cat, you know. Like I was just like, that was me, like as a teenager or something. But then when I had a dog, I was just like, wow, you're like a human. You are like a human. You know what I'm thinking. Like, you know how I'm feeling. And that dog was like so full of love. And then I can mind when she went back to the owners that we bought the puppy off of, and they said if they were going to keep one dog, it would have been her, because they had Labradors all their life, and like I wasn't part of that decision about the dog going back there, so that was like traumatizing for me, but because I love that dog, but I can mind getting in contact with that lady on Facebook and just telling her that I didn't really know that was happening, and just asking if my dog was okay. And I knew she was going back to a loving family, and she was going back to her actual mum and granny, like in the dog family. So I knew she was being looked after. But she said to me, she sent me photos and stuff, and she said to me, she was like, I don't know what you did to that dog, but like I have had Labradors growing up my whole entire life, and I've never had such a loving dog. And then I was like, well, that's all I did. I just loved her. Like that, like I just loved her. That's all. And then
that's all.
Yeah.
Love her.
Yeah, and they're like, I was having this conversation again. It's like I can't understand how, like, especially my granny's dog, like, you can tell, like, since she's had her for a good while now, but like she was very distressed and quite volatile to begin with, and she was very protective over my granny, but like she would never hurt the kids, but she was like, my granny kept her, and she persevered with her, where a lot of them would have just been like, oh no, your dog's like out of control, like put her down. But like she's obviously gone through some traumatic stuff before she came to my granny, and I was just having a conversation about, like, I don't understand how people can do that to animals, but then I kind of came to the conclusion is that, like, humans are still doing that to other humans, so why is animals any different, you know?
Exactly. We are animals as well, and we are doing the same to each other.
Mm-hmm.
We are awakening. And understanding, but yet considering how animals were treated in, let's say, in the 1980s, there is a huge difference. Whoa, there is a huge evolution in 45 years. But we come back again to the same point. Let's say 40 years. In 40 years, there is a huge change. But if we go year by year, we wouldn't notice much the change.
No.
When I'm now here in this line, in this moment, I realize that in 40 years, the way we take care of animals, the way we consider animals and who they are, has evolved a lot.
Even when I was in Crete, then like Crete is really famous for their cats, right? And they had, like, I can mind even being in this little village and there was just all of them, but they were like house cats, right? They're big, fluffy cats, and there was like, I would say 100 of them just all circling around in the square, just like parading themselves, like, and there was even like stuff on postcards, but I found it a bit condescending because in the apartments that we were in, we were kind of like up a mountain a bit, and there were stray cats, loads of stray cats, not big fluffy ones that were getting looked after, but there was loads of stray ones, and kittens, and I can mind coming across this like mum cat and 3 little kittens, and I went to the shop every single day and I bought them food, and I brought them milk because they were so skinny, like they were starving. And the owner of, or somebody that worked in that complex, and he was like, "Oh, don't feed them, we've got problems with them, don't feed them." And I was just like, I didn't listen to him because I was just like, they're skinny, they're starving, like, I'm going to feed them. And I was just like, so when I thought, oh, Crete, it's like, it's one of their things, like, oh, we're so famous for our big cats and stuff, but I was like, but you've got loads and loads of stray cats, because I only seen that family of like the 3 kittens and the mum, but like on the day that we were leaving, I noticed there was like about another 4 families with more kittens that were being fed, and I was like, oh no, we have to feed all the kittens. We have to feed the kittens before we go. I had to spend so much money on food for the cats. But I thought, like, that one person being like, do not feed them, and I was just like, well, why? Like, are you wanting them to die? Like, so an island that's famous for their cats, the stray cats are less than the big fluffy cats. And I was just like, no. The little babies. I was just like, no. I just did it, made sure he didn't see me. Yeah.
In Turkey, there are a lot as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, the awareness is raising. There are still a lot of people like that. That they don't care, because they still are in, I don't know, in many other aspects of their lives. They also live like in the old times. And the other people who are creating so much awareness about and supporting them, and also doing things like you did, not giving a shit about what others say, and just
I wasn't the only one that was feeding them.
Yeah, I bet. Anyone with a heart
we'd feed them. There was people leaving their plates outside and leaving things for the cats outside at night time for them to come, but I think that's what the owner was trying to prevent, like the cats all being around the complex, but like everybody was putting food outside the doors for the cats at night time. So it wasn't just me, we were all like protesting against it.
It's a way of protesting. It's a way of saying no, not that way. Otherwise, you're not being fair in this creation. Esaku atenta pomo kotosandata senaraka watanarayu. Hineta tumantaku wasanataru makata soto to makawama. Hayi nakutata huamotoko shontoko tutoyana. This was like a hug, supporting everything we say. And giving us the understanding that they know.
I think when you come into that,
to be fast,
Yeah.
We wish everybody to be aware and awake, but there is a process. That's what we find the hardest thing.
Yeah. I'm getting the chills when you say that, because it is. It's like, I mean, I've always been that kind of person. I would never see, like, I was always saving things when I was little. But creatures or little cats or something, like if I seen something, then I would save them. But I know it's that awareness, like, and when you start to come into yourself and into your true authentic self, and you see everything as one, you're you know that you're not any better or any less than that starving kittens and everything like that too. Although there's a fly in here that was really annoying me, and I'm kind of like, I'm trying not to get annoyed by you. Like, but even now, I'm like, yeah, just everything. Like, I've never really been one to kill anything. Even though I was scared of spiders, I never wanted anybody to kill them. I just wanted them to get them out of the house for me. And but now I do that on my own. But I don't kill them. I speak light languages to them, and then I put them outside.
You know these flies from the fruit?
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ! Sometimes they multiply
They
so
are.
fast, and I don't want to kill them, but they multiply, and they are very tiny. So
Yeah.
I need to close the bin bag
Mm-hmm.
and put it out straight away, even if it's not full.
No, I know. There's ones in here, like, they're like really annoying, and I don't know why, but like that one not there, that's like a blue bottle, so like that's a buzzy thing, but I don't know why, but I see flies as like not of the light. And I don't know why. Like, I feel like they're just buzzing about trying to distract me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, go away.
Yeah.
Like, when I'm trying to meditate and they're like buzzing in my ear and my face, and I'm like,
Yeah.
go away.
Yeah. Let me be in peace, because to get a moment of peace is not very likely. So
No.
let me be in peace, mosquito, or whatever you are.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know why I feel like that sometimes, because I'm like, I don't like them being in my home. And then I'm like, why do I not like them being in my home?
Because it's uncomfortable to have, these food flies or fruit flies.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, I find it very annoying to have.
Yeah, there's ones that are like, they can be like flies, but then there's these ones that are like, I don't know if you got them down there, but there's ones that up here, like that's a different one that's in here right now, but they're really in your face. Like, they won't, like,
They
there's
go to
flies
your
that-
face, yeah.
yeah, they're in your face, they're crawling up your arms, they're trying to like get on your food, and you're like, go away. But then there's like other flies that'll just come in and kind of leave you alone a little bit.
Because there are some of them that they are very invasive.
Yeah.
So we are tired of being invaded by anything.
Yeah.
No matter if it's a person invading your space or it's a mosquito. We feel that it's invading our privacy.
Personal,
let's say, no?
yeah, personal space.
Yeah, our
Like
personal
breaking
space.
into my auric field and touching me.
It's like, am I coming into your aura, mosquito? No, but don't come into mine. Bloody mosquito. So yeah, we are raising.
We're getting midges like really bad up here right now.
It's good for the spiders. It's,
Yeah.
that's what they tell me when I see the spiders, and I see that there is a net, a spider net with many of these mosquitoes. I say,
Yeah.
that's why the spider is 2 centimeters bigger than last week.
Mm-hmm.
So in a way, they are serving a purpose. Let's say
They are,
they
but
must be serving a purpose, but we don't like to have them in our space, and I think that's also natural. I think we are, whether we wanted to accept it or not, we are kind of territorial as well.
yeah. Mm.
In instinct, it's like it's an instinct of being territorial with other species. Yeah, like the cat.
Yeah.
They cannot. It's very difficult that a cat that is grown up accept another cat who comes near.
Yeah.
It can be dangerous sometimes because it can be attacked, but it's not because the cat is a bad being. It's just because the animal instinct is.
Yeah, I suppose it is just like I've never seen it that way because it is like if we're animals as well. Like even everything has like I mind having a fish tank, and I was really obsessed with angelfish.
Yeah.
But they're very territorial, and there was one in there. There was a black one, and it was obviously a male because it was like a lot thicker. And it was the one that would never die. But I used to try and put integrate little fish into my tank, and every time I switch the tank off and switch it on in the morning, they'd be gone. Like the angelfish ate them. Yeah, like everything.
They were all eaten.
Well, maybe 1 or 2 at a time, but if I got 5 fish, then they'd be gone by the end of the week. And sometimes you wouldn't even see any remnants of anything. Like they were just gone. It's just and they're very territorial. So I had 4 of them, and they were all scared of the black one. If the black one went to one end of the tank, the other ones would go to the other end of the tank, and then I was I kept saying to myself, I was that's going to be the last one that's going to die because he's the bad one. He's going to kill them all. He used to just come up to the other angelfish and nip their tails and stuff, and we're it was quite you sat and watched it, and you're what are you doing today?
And maybe from his thinking, he was saying, if Melissa kept feeding me with this, I will keep eating because she's giving me food.
Yeah, they're not even. They're there was a few that survived, they got bigger, but they literally hid from them.
That's why they say that saying that the big fish eat the small fish and things like that, which we find unfair, but looking at the animal system is the way it works, and we often face these things also, and we forget that we are also dealing with our animal instincts, because we forget that we are animals. And that sometimes, but why I keep having that tendency? Sometimes it's not because you have a trauma, sometimes it's because you are an animal. That's it. You experience it, you process it, and you can transcend that. but there are certain things that we still. Yeah, I think that's a part of the awakening also.
Yeah.
Why people keep killing each other with war and with territories and all of that. I think that's animal.
It is,
I
yeah.
don't think that it's only an interest of petrol or of oil or
It's
other
territorial.
sources. I think it's part of the animal territorial thing.
Yeah.
Because otherwise we will dissolve and live together and make things easier, no, for each other.
Yeah.
Understanding that, no, because you are in the land of Spain, you are, and that's what you experience when you have the awakening as well, that nobody in this planet is that different.
No. It's like, well, we spoke about that before, like the Scottish English thing. It's like, that's a total territorial thing.
Totally.
Total territorial thing. But like, maybe I don't see it as much with the English people, but the Scottish have definitely got a thorn in their side, like, towards the English. But like, it might be the other way around too. But like,
it depends from. In this case, I will say, because you can see things from your angle, from there.
Yeah.
And me, I am the one who can see things from this angle. But yeah, there is something there.
It's still going on from generations.
There is something. There is a big wound. Big wound. And also a wound that awakes that territorial attitude of the animal side of us.
You'll see that in Ireland as well. Like, Bet Wesley sees that the whole time in Ireland, because that was such the fights and everything that went on there between their own people as well.
You see that in Spain with the people from Barcelona and the people from the Basque Country. The people from the Basque Country, I don't know if you remember, like 10 years ago or 15 years ago, they were terrorists. They were terrorists defending the Basque Country, and they were killing innocents everywhere around Spain.
It's crazy.
Crazy, but just because they want the independence of that territory. And that have evolved. Yeah, that has evolved. So those bombs and killing created awareness in people. Sadly, I don't like the method, but I have to admit that has created a lot of awareness. Because people don't think with each other the same anymore.
No.
They are not that, they don't see themselves so different anymore. And they respect each other in a different way. They are aware, the population in the Basque Country are hurt by what some representatives were doing, fighting for the independence.
Yeah.
So in this animal instinct, territorial attitude, we are learning as well how to be more tolerant and how to be more compassionate for others, and how to understand that everybody deserves to have dignity.
I mean, we have evolved a lot from that aspect. We have, like, totally. There's still the ones that don't want change and whatever else, and there's still people that go around and call German people Nazis, but like it's fading, you know, like it is. It's like it is fading, but like when you think, because I was having this conversation, we were just having conversations about the whole world, but like before World War II even started, then the countries were giving up the Jews, because that's what they thought the Germans wanted. They just wanted all the Jews to go. So there was countries
And
like
create a new race.
they were killing the Jews, trying to prevent a war.
Yeah.
And then the war happened anyway, because it wasn't really about the Jews, it was about power.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Power, dealing or leading to create global awareness.
Yeah.
Because
So when you look at it from that angle, we've evolved a lot, because I think if anybody asked us to do that right now, I think that there would be a bloody war.
yeah,
Like,
it's very, very interesting the way that the hard way that human has to go and evolve.
it's in our blood, like it's in our past lives, like even the Romans, like in the times of Jesus and stuff like that, is like it's always been territorial power.
Yeah.
We're better than you. Like,
and it's happening with the British Empire, the same. I mean, why do you think that Gibraltar belongs to England? So it's a piece of rock with a city.
Yeah.
That is part of the Spanish Peninsula.
Yeah.
So
it's near Portugal, isn't it, as well?
Yeah, it's very near Portugal, very near to the border, very near. It's actually what is separating Africa from Europe. That peak there is Gibraltar. Why Spanish people have Melilla and Ceuta, which are two cities in the north of Africa? The same. Territorial, military strategy.
Yeah.
The same thing we are
just
talking.
Have a random island that belongs to Britain in the middle of all that.
Exactly, random islands in the middle of nowhere. In Spain, the Canary Islands, that they are in Africa, they are in the middle of the continent of Africa. So why those islands there? They belong to this country here, so far from each other. History, colonialism, imperialism, and we are awakening from that. One day we will understand that doesn't do any good to anyone, because we are a collective.
Yeah.
And there are already people who are whistleblowers or something like that, they call it, bringing truth about aliens. And these people are saying, hopefully, the day we admit that other alien entities exist, maybe from that point onwards, humanity will consider themselves a unified race.
Yeah.
Because always through adversity, we create union.
Yeah.
So maybe things don't happen by accident.
And that's what I was thinking, because like, no matter where the country is or whatever you want to name that country, that has all been like man-made, and it's still Mother Nature. Like, Mother Earth owns that. Nobody else owns that, and she can take it away if she wants to.
In a blink of an eye.
Yeah. Like, so I don't see why everybody's trying to fight against Mother Earth, because like she can take it away whenever the hell she wants to.
I find it really awkward. I found it awkward when I was a boy.
Yeah.
And I still find it awkward. Obviously, after 40 years, you find it like, still, how can this be? How is this still going?
Yeah. It's like this, like the Shetland Islands. Like we're called the Shetland Islands because we are an island, but there's loads of different islands around this island as well. I can't remember how many, but like there's, I don't know, 11, 13 or something separate islands around the mainland of this island, and they've all come apart. Because we were probably part of Scotland or part of Norway at one point, and that's been torn apart over time to create this island as well as Orkney. And then there's all this other bits that's been torn apart to make other islands, and that's all Mother Nature's doing. It's not us that's been like, oh, we're just going to chop this bit of land off and claim this is our island now. Like, it's all over time, over like weather conditions, over things like that land is broken off and floated on to its own place. So like, for somebody to just be like, oh, this is ours now, like, but this is our island. Like,
Sure.
we found it, so it's ours now.
That's it.
Yeah.
No,
it's Mother
your
Nature.
land. It's
Yeah.
nobody else. It's just for humans.
Yeah.
It's just so
Stupid.
weird. So stupid, so weird, yeah. Have you heard about the piece of the continent of Africa that is breaking apart?
I think so.
It's huge. In few months has become an incredible huge separation.
Well,
The same thing now. What happened?
who's going to own that?
Who is gonna own the other piece that became separated from anything else? Maybe
There'll be a
someone-
war against it.
Maybe.
Yeah, there'll be a war being like, this is our land. It's gone into Nigeria, so it's ours. Or it's gone into Spain, so it's our land.
I find it really like caveman
Yeah.
type of attitude that we still haven't transcended.
It's in our blood. It's
That's what my brother, well, he's my brother. He's a friend of mine that we were in high school together. He told me humanity will be doing the same out of space. He said, we will keep because it's in our blood.
yeah.
And I say, hopefully one day we won't.
No.
Because one thing is to explore a land, and if it's empty, you use it for goodness. Another thing is to kill people to invade that land. That's something.
Yeah.
That's colonialism. And colonialism, I haven't seen colonialism anytime like being peaceful. No, because you are taking the home from someone. So nobody's gonna feel, or what we are doing in the Amazon, destroying the Amazon, the lung of the planet, and people who are dependent of plants and the animals over there.
Yeah. We're destroying.
And we keep
We're
destroying.
destroying.
And we keep destroying. It's
Yeah, we're destroying the homes of the animals already. Like, we're disturbing the homes of the animals already. Like, even up here, like, I wasn't, like, I mean, I don't get involved in it, but, like, we've gotten all this windmills, like, put up here. Like, hundreds of them. And there was protesters being like, well, what about our wildlife and this, that and the other. And I mean, it still went ahead because, like, you're fighting against the big dogs and they don't care. And then they're like, oh, it's keeping people in work. And the thing is, like, it's half of the people that came up here is not even from Shetland. Like, they were giving people work, but they're not our people that's getting the work. It's, well, maybe we don't have enough people that are going to do the work, I don't know, but yeah, it's just like a whole landscape now, because I drove out that way with Jack to take him to the woods, like, and that whole landscape now is just full of windmills, and I was just like,
Greedy.
what? And the thing is, we don't even benefit from any of that.
In the top of it.
We that gets channeled to Scotland, and we don't even benefit from any of that. So they're taking it on our land, and we don't even get the effects of that electricity or the wind electricity. And then I'm like, well, are we even getting the effects of the wind electricity anyway? Because the prices will keep on going up and up and up and up. And
there is no
like,
compensation.
So what's the point of these windmills going up? Like, when we're not benefiting from it at all. But it's all politics and right.
Things that.
But that'll change our.
Way of perceiving things.
Yeah, like it'll change because we've got a lot of birds and stuff up here, and yeah, it won't stop them, I don't think, but like it's not the best at the same time.
What the darkness doesn't realize is that it's always making stronger the light.
Yeah.
That's what I.
The birds are like the birds in nature adapts. Like they've been adapting their whole lives. Like they've been evolving their whole lives. Like look at them from like the dinosaurs. Like there's still ones around, but there's also ones that have been extinct. But they adapt to their environments. The sea life is adapting to their environments. Like,
and those who were extinct, they are finding now proofs that it wasn't like they are telling us in history. Something else happened, because they say in order to create a fossil, you need, because they are fossils that in this video they show that there is like an animal giving birth to another animal, and there is another animal who was feeding the other animal. So in order for them to, both animals, the one that is coming out from the mother and the other one that is being fed by the mother or the father, God knows who was that. In order for that to happen and become a fossil, something instant has to make them
like that, yeah.
Yeah, like a stone, like something happened sudden that created everything.
So, for sure,
stop.
it's like, how can they? Yeah, like it's, yeah.
Scientifics are saying things. This type of fossils demonstration shows that what we've been told isn't true, because for something to become a fossil, it cannot happen like a father feeding or a mother giving birth. It cannot happen to both of them like
at the same time. Yeah.
Something had to happen to solidify their bodies, or to become like glued or something. Something capture them.
What, the dinosaurs or that?
And the dinosaur in times of the dinosaurs they were talking about. Insects of times of the dinosaurs also. Fossils that are coming to to scientists' hands, and they are finding out that we are living a big bullshit thing. That this happened much more recent than we think.
Yeah.
So planet Earth, the reason why I'm connecting this to what you were saying.
That's what I'm saying about Mother Nature. She can just
because Mother Nature goes on.
Yep.
And continue, and new species appear, but humans still think that they are more powerful because they are egocentric. Their ego is not transcended yet, and they still think that they are more powerful than nature. Nature can sweep everything away.
Yeah, they can create their bombs and their toxic chemicals and viruses and whatever else, but like Mother Nature could literally. Yellowstone Park has always fascinated me, like for a good few years, because I was just like, if that thing goes up, that's going to destroy a lot of things, and it's just like even just lots of things like that's happened. I don't know if I've ever said this to you, but like, do you remember that thing in Russia, the Chernobyl?
Oof, yeah.
Yeah. Well, there was a big cloud that people have told me. I don't know if I think I was maybe born when that happened, or just being born. But there was a thick. There was a man that I worked with who doesn't touch any computers or devices or anything, but he's very aware of what's going on, and he had so much knowledge in him, he would call it useful, not like useless knowledge, but like he was very switched on about it. And there was after the Chernobyl, then we got like this big thick layer of like ashy smog on us, like in Shetland, but where it hit the hardest was on an island called Walser that's like just off of our mainland. And he said that there was people that came up here who took samples off the ground, because obviously they were growing potatoes and things like that, and obviously our cattle and everything was eating the grass, and they took samples off the ground and they never got the results back from that. They said that they got lost. Now, going on 30, 20, I don't know how many years, the people up here with cancer, and I've noticed this just off my own bag without even knowing about Chernobyl, was, I think before we even had this conversation, there were so many people from Walser getting cancer, and I was just like, why is it always like every somebody that's got cancer is from Walser or around that area? And it's still happening now. Like it's always Walser people. Like not always Walser people, but and then we were speaking about it, and that was where it hit the hardest. And I think if we did a survey up here of how many people had cancer and where they came from, I doubt like a good 70% would be from Walser, or have family in Walser.
So this is still happening?
Yeah.
Wow.
Still happening now.
Wow.
Yeah. And then so he was like, he's like a bit of a conspiracy theorist, and he was just like, I definitely think Chernobyl's got something to do with cancer. And then I was just like, yeah. And then when you kind of put the two and two together, and how he said that there was people that was coming up, the scientists that came up to take samples of our land, and they just miraculously disappeared. Like, the results never came back. So our cattle was eating that ash that was gone, like maybe wetted into the ground, and our produce was contaminated by it too, and like they never got any results back from that labs for about the ground, because so COVID is not the first thing that's happened. But yeah,
it's very important to raise this awareness, because COVID is not the only one. We've been through many, I call them slaps.
Yeah.
We've been receiving collective slaps. And sometimes I think that it's incredible that we are still alive.
I know. We're lucky to be alive,
Super lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Anyway, I'm going to go and try and get a couple of hours sleep before I have to get up.
Yeah, sleep well, lovely, sleep well.
Okay.
Hopefully the whole compensation with energy will come tomorrow when you are at work. So it's 2 hours tomorrow?
Tomorrow?
Yeah.
No, probably.
It's more hours than 2?
More, yeah. Because more got added on today, so
I'll be sending you love and energy, love.
Thank you. It's not even, it's like I can do it. It's not really the job, I think it's just the energy.
But yeah, if something can help, it's worth to be sent. And I say that also because of the time that we share here with people. That is part of our service. So I truly believe that you also deserve to get all the energy back.
Yes. Yeah.
Everybody.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, love. Thank you so much.
Okay. See you later.
See you later.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Nawatui kwa patakuate shukuma papaishuta katumpa tatai kititiu hoto to kwa kubata tai shokoto tu yaraka kwata na tatuku tikishi kuwa mapatakata shite titikuwa tane kuwa katete shukuente kiwa papa hana tatuko totoki sekiti kiwa mana tatakuwa te kitikiwa ma tawakatana